Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Council members are attending the meeting remotely by video conference. Tonight's meeting is available to the public on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. Public participation is encouraged by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comment will be taken on the agenda items following staff presentations. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you are in the queue for comment. Public comment will also be taken during the public comment section for topics that are not on tonight's agenda. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Again, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson? Here. Castriata? Here. Broom? Here. Hinkle? Here. Jazerski? La Evans? Here. Lynn? Here. Lindstedt?
Here.
Schaff? Schaff?
Here.
And Tessier?
A quorum is present. There'll be 8 members of the council tonight. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I'm going to ask council to please utilize the video conferencing tools to raise their hand for comment or when making a motion or a second. I will call on the first hand raised to state the motion and the second hand raised to make the second as appropriate. I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Danae will be assisting with the timekeeping and will provide council members with a notification via video conferencing chat when 1 minute remains. Please ensure you are on mute when not speaking. If a council member needs to leave the meeting, please inform me before doing so. We will plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any additional comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Castriato.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose moving items 11D and 11E to the consent agenda.
Are there any objections to moving items 11D and 11E to the consent agenda? Noting none, we will then adjust accordingly. 11D and 11E. Oh, Councilmember Groom.
Thank you, Mayor, for recording that. D and E. Give me a second. Everybody froze up, so I wasn't able to hear Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation.
Yeah, so yeah, it's 11D and 11E.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, items 11D and 11E will be added to 7A as the consent agenda. Going to petitions and communications. Next on tonight's agenda is a presentation of the audited 2019 comprehensive annual finance report by Broomfield's independent auditors, Reuben Brown, LLP. Brenda Ritchie, Broomfield's finance director, will introduce our presenters this evening from Reuben Brown, LLP. Brenda.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Matthew Moreno is a partner with the firm Reuben Brown, LLC, and will make the presentation this evening regarding the findings of the audit to council. Thank you.
Matt. I see him there. Oh, he's moving around. There you go.
Good evening. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure to join you again this evening. I am going to go through the results of the audit. We did go through this in last week's study session in very great detail, so I'll hit the highlights and take any questions if there will be any. I won't have the formal slide deck like we had in this study session. As a reminder, we did talk about the results of the audit, and we did issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements of Broomfield, as well as we issued a report on internal control over financial reporting and a unmodified opinion on the compliance with federal regulations on your grant expenditures. And so a clean opinion across the board. We talked about that in great detail. I want to thank your management team and the entire team there at Broomfield for getting us through the audit process this year. I know it was not easy on anybody with the pandemic, and but other than that, didn't have a ton more detail because we did have a rather detailed discussion last week. Any questions or anything you want me to dive into more detail?
We'll go to the public first. Is that the end of your presentation, Matthew, since we talked about it last week at length?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I will ask, is there any member of the public that would like to be heard on the audit report? If you please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. Does any member of the public have comments on this item? I'm not noting any. Guylan, you're keeping up with me, right, or Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I don't see any on this item.
Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Raise your hand if you do, and you'll be recognized. And I'll just point out that I asked a few questions last week, and they were answered. We're still working, I think, on a table that's going to help me understand our level of debt. And with that said, I'll thank you for your presentation this evening, and particularly the brevity of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate being of service to Broomfield, and please reach out if there's anything we can do in the future.
Great. We will. We will. So thank you. So let's move on to One Book, One Broomfield. I will make a comment at the beginning that when I was when I was mayor previously, I was involved in 6 different books over 6 years. And One Book, One Broomfield is one of the things I enjoyed the most of my tenure as mayor. So I'm really excited to present Esther Knox Stutzman. She's newly named Operations Manager for Broomfield Library, as well as our Director of Library Services and Cultural Affairs, Catherine Lineup. So Esther.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Esther Knox Stutzman, and I am the Programming Supervisor here at the Broomfield Library. This evening, I'm very pleased to announce the 2020 One Book, One Broomfield selection. The selected title for this year is Deep Creek, Finding Hope in the High Country by Pam Houston. Next slide, please. Deep Creek is an invigorating account of Houston's experience on her 120-acre ranch high in the Colorado Rockies. Through her care for the land and the animals of the ranch, Houston learns and grows while reflecting on her life and discovering her identity. The book is a deeply personal memoir full of bravery, reflection, and lovely prose. Pam Houston is the author of 2 novels, 2 short story collections, and an essay collection in addition to this memoir. She is the winner of multiple writing and teaching awards. The committee chose this title for many reasons. They were touched by the beautiful descriptions of Colorado landscapes and know that Broomfield is a community with deep connections to nature and land. The beauty, challenges, grief, and rewards of life in Colorado's high country are at the heart of this book, and that resonated very strongly with the committee. They also were impressed with Houston's writing. Throughout Deep Creek, Houston manages to balance lyrical yet concrete vignettes about ranch life with interconnected essays about her life as a writer, a woman, a survivor of childhood abuse, and a rancher. Next slide, please. Library programming staff are planning some supporting programs to host before the author event to support community conversations around this title. Programs currently in the planning stages include a creative writing workshop, a presentation on hikes of the Front Range, a CSU extension lecture, and a book discussion. The author talk with Miss Houston will occur on November 5th. We plan to bring her to Broomfield to record her author talk in the auditorium and then distribute it widely through library and cultural affairs social media channels. I would like to thank Councilmember Devin Schaff, as well as all of the other community members who have participated in this year's selection process. The One Book program truly would not be possible without their hard work, their thoughtful consideration, and their enthusiasm. We are all very excited about this title and look forward to this fall when Ms. Houston will present her author talk to Broomfield. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Esther. Well, I'll take a check here to see if anybody here wants to talk about the book. And I'm looking at the CRL screen, and I don't see anybody who wants to address this. So I will go to council members. Does any council member have questions or comments on this item? If so, raise your hand. Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. Esther, thanks for the shout out, but a lot of recognition needs to go to the rest of the committee. This is a tremendous lift for all of these committee members to read all of these books, put in such thoughtful conversation with regard to all the books that they read. And this was a challenging year to go through this process as well. We had a short timeline as well as there's that whole COVID thing that was going on as well. So, but the committee once again rose to the occasion, selected a terrific book, and this is a very fun read, as I'm sure that Mayor Quinn can attest to. So, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Yeah, and Mayor Quinn can attest. So I read all three of the books that were being proposed. I guess to make a comment, the public was going to participate in selecting one of the three for this time, the first time. So I read all three, and I certainly felt that this was it's a good one because it just has you in Creed, Colorado during the winter, summer, fall. Really enjoyed the Pam's writing style, so it's great. So thank you so much, and I just highly encourage everybody on City Council to participate. I think you're going to get the books tomorrow or the next day, and so dive into it. She's an excellent writer, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. We look forward to the planning this weekend or this week. Okay, I'm just getting some feedback. So let's move to public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed on this evening's agenda. To be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press star. And I've been asked to emphasize the fact you need to do *3. Doing 3 is not enough to do it, so public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And once again, if you want to do general public comment, and I know one at this point in time, please hit *3. So I will go to Christy Lockhart. Christy, you have 3 minutes on general public comment.
Hi. Hello, my name is Kirsty Lockhart, and thank you so much, Mayor Quinn and council members. I'm here to talk to you about the Broomfield Town Center project. I have been a resident of Broomfield for more than 30 years, and I am also a member of the Broomfield Swim and Tennis Club. The Broomfield Swim and Tennis Club is located just north of the proposed Broomfield Town Center project, and I was recently asked to serve as a liaison between the Swim and Tennis Club and the City Council as it pertains to the planning of the Broomfield Town Center. The reason that the Broomfield Swim and Tennis Club wants the council to recognize their voice is that we believe that there is a very vibrant and strong tennis community in Broomfield and the surrounding areas. And on the May 26th, 2020 study session, for the first time, the developer of the Broomfield Town Center said that they were removing the 4 city tennis courts and replacing them with pickleball courts, which we are strongly opposed to. I will note that I have previously been involved as a vocal opponent of the Broomfield Town Center in its previous plans, and that I attended the June 2018 public reveal by the developers, and in that plan, there were 4 tennis courts and a public restroom. There was a reduced playground and reduced and moved parking, but there were tennis courts, and the developer confirmed that via my question on that date. Fast forward to November 12, 2019, the City Council approved Ordinance 2008, approving the concept plan redeveloping the land. I will note that that concept plan also contained 4 tennis courts and public restroom and a reduced and moved parking lot to serve the tennis courts. It is only as of May 26, 2020, that the developer has indicated a plan to remove the tennis courts, and that is why we're wanting to engage the council and wanting to engage in further discussions on this topic. But for now, I just wanted to introduce myself, thank you all for your service, and let you know that we're interested in this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I knew it was Kirsty. It just was spelled Christie up here. So thanks, Kirsty. I don't see any other public comments. And I'll repeat, if you are, Ernesto had, our tech guy had said that there were some people that had pressed 3 and not star 3. So if you want to press star 3, I'll pause for a second or two if you want to make a general public comment. And we're pretty flexible on how we do this. I'm going to move on to community and event updates. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Laura Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to note, as soon as I can get to my notes, that Xcel Energy is offering free home energy efficiency kits while supplies last. I just went online and ordered one. It was a very quick and simple process. And they consist, you can choose your kit, either a set of LED light bulbs or a mixture of a few light bulbs and some shower heads and aerators for your faucets and shower heads. But if you go to excelenergy.com/programs and rebates, while supplies last, they're free. Get them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, as the council representative to the Workforce Center, I just wanted to briefly mention to the public the great work that the Workforce Center is doing to adapt to the increasing demand for their services. So they've launched a video series on the city's YouTube channel that allows job seekers to access important workforce services. They're holding virtual business explorations with the help of Broomfield businesses to allow participants to explore how their current skills might be transferable. And also new, on August 4th and 5th, they are holding an on-the-spot hiring in the back parking lot of the Health and Human Services building for Carefree of Colorado, a Broomfield business. So they are to be applauded in adapting to the demand and the nature of the virtual services needed. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I wanted to make a couple comments about an event that I'm going to have, which I'm calling right now because it's not a city council official event, Mayor's Business Roundtable. And I've been working with some of the other members of council, including Kim Grom, on pull together some people for a business roundtable. And I guess what I'm going to say is, when I got elected this time, given the given what Broomfield and where it is in its history, I got contacted by 2 or 3 major businesses. One of which was CenturyLink and the Partners Group, and talked to them. And their interest in Broomfield is greater than it was 10 to 12 years ago, because they understand they're integral parts of our communities. They're very interested in where council's headed. And so Jennifer and I think Jeff Remind's been working on this as well, and have contacted many business leaders, and we believe we're going to have RSVPs from about 20 businesses to join these roundtables, which are expected to occur 4 to 6 times annually for just over an hour. The roundtable will be an informal conversation amongst participants and will occasionally include special guests to provide information on a topic of shared concern and interest. Issues facing Broomfield businesses are changing quickly and going in unanticipated directions. I believe now more than ever as mayor, we need to hear what the businesses are thinking about Broomfield. The first meeting of the roundtable is scheduled for Thursday, August 27th from 11:30 to 1 p.m. We are planning to host this first session through Google Meets video conferencing, but as soon as we can, we will host the meeting for an in-person conversation over lunch. I invite all members of council to join in these conversations as we work to get together to support the Broomfield community. I wanted to provide that update. So is there anybody else that wants to provide updates? Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Following the clerk's reading, consent agenda items 7A, 11D, and 11E, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A, 11D, and 11E by title?
Item 7A, approval of minutes, regular meeting of July 14th, 2020. Item 11D, resolution number 2020-173, authorizing and approving the purchase of technology and telephone services from CRL Associates, Inc., and authorizing annual aggregate spending. And 11E, motion to continue the public hearing and consideration of resolution number 2020-176, a resolution approving the amended and reinstated service plan for consolidated services for baseline metropolitan districts numbers 1 through 4 and baseline metropolitan districts numbers 5 through 7.
Thank you. We will proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have a comment on these agenda items 7A, 11D, and 11E? Please press *3 and you'll be asked your name and neighborhood. I'm not noting any, so does any member of council have comments on the consent agenda items? Raise your hands. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a comment for 11D, the Associates Town Hall contract. I've attended many of the telephone town halls, and I continue to hear appreciation from our residents for these town halls and for us conducting these. And so I really do think that this is a great use of our taxpayer money, and for us to continue to do as the residents really appreciate the additional information as well as access to council and staff. I did have a question regarding this one, and that's for if we go back to in-person council meetings, would we still need this service, or would we not need it, depending on whether or not there's in-person audience or not?
City manager.
Councilmember Schaaf, Jennifer Hoffman, City County Manager. We're trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, given the fluidity of what we thought was going to happen never really turns out to happen the way we think it is. So we want to be sure that moving forward we continue to have the option to execute with CRL.
Councilmember Schaaf, I'll also point, when we were going to meet in chambers, and I think it was early July, we were not going to have the public make comments, and so in person. And so my understanding at that point in time, we would still need the CRL platform. So there's a hybrid process which would require using the CRL platform for community members until we're ready to have them there. So.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mayor. That answers my question.
And one last thing, Councilmember Schaaf, we had determined that we were going to continue to do the town halls once a month. So that was also built into the pricing moving forward, was the town halls.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. Is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda item 7A, 11D, and 11E be approved? Councilmember Schaaf.
So moved, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
and Schaff.
Yes.
Yeah, it passes unanimously. So we'll move on. There is no business tonight before the Board of Social Services, Board of Health, or the Broomfield Housing Authority. We will move on to 11A. The first item on council, I'm going to go ahead and give the phone number again, just so people that are listening. The phone number is 855-695-3744, and please press *3. You'll be asked your name and your neighborhood, and so please, please call in and press *3 if you want to comment on this item or the others tonight. So, the first item on council business this evening is a public hearing and second and final reading for proposed ordinances numbers 2131 and 2132 regarding marijuana tax related ballot questions. I'll declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we will have the applicant's presentation if applicable. Then we will ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant, and finally questions and comments from the city council. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Courtney Thiemann from the Attorney's Office will walk us through this next topic. Courtney?
Hi, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Courtney Thiemann from the Attorney's Office. I'm so glad to be here tonight. Tonight, the memo that I want to talk about pertains to taxing marijuana businesses. So currently, marijuana retail businesses are prohibited in Broomfield, and that's pursuant to the Broomfield Municipal Code 1702-100. However, that prohibition sunsets in February 2021. And so council right now is being proactive and planning for if that prohibition is allowed to end and marijuana businesses are permitted in Broomfield. Now, part of that planning is deciding if marijuana businesses should be taxed. Based on the state constitution, so we all know that it's TABOR, which is the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, as well as the Broomfield Charter, the decision about taxation must be one that the voters ultimately decide upon. In order for the residents of Broomfield to have the opportunity to make that decision, council must vote on the question to be included on the ballot for November 2020. So that's what we're discussing. Now, I want to initially note that before the prohibition on marijuana businesses expires, council will have to decide which, if any, of the businesses are allowed in Broomfield. So that it could include sales rooms, it could include manufacturing, and cultivation. And that none, some, or all may be permitted. In addition to deciding if the businesses are permitted, there may be a local regulatory scheme to regulate those businesses. And those are going to be important conversations and decisions that council will likely have prior to February 2021. But tonight isn't about those decisions or those conversations. Tonight is simply council, again, being proactive so that if the people of Broomfield choose, the marijuana businesses that are permitted here will be taxed or could be taxed if citizens so vote. Now, along the lines of the regulatory scheme and the possibility of businesses being allowed here, council has previously asked about the cost of enforcement if marijuana businesses are allowed in Broomfield. And we did address that in the memo, and it's a very rough estimate, but the estimate included is $75,000 annually. I'll allow Brenda Ritchie to kind of talk about that. But what I do want to note is that because
those decisions haven't been made by council at this time, that's a difficult question to answer, but that is a rough estimate provided. However, that's separate from the taxes that we're talking about this evening. But because it was asked by council, and I know that it's natural to have those questions at this point in time, we did want to give you some information about that. Now, back to the issue that you're voting on tonight, which are the questions to be included on the November 2020 ballot. There are two questions that are included in the memo. They're two separate ordinances. And the first question deals with retail marijuana sales. So that question asks the voters to approve a 4% special sales tax on retail marijuana sales. It also asks the voters to approve council to later decide to raise that tax up to 10% without a future vote of the people. It applies to retail marijuana, not medical marijuana, and the question has the tax, that 4% tax in addition to Broomfield's general tax, which is 4.15%, I believe. Now, Tabor, again, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, which is the state within the state constitution, requires that any question on taxes include an estimate of the revenue of that tax for the first full fiscal year. The Broomfield Finance Department, Brenda Ritchie, has done research and has come up with an estimate of $3.5 million. That is a conservatively high estimate, and again, I'll let her address that with council more specifically, but that's the estimate included as required by Tabor. I will note that it is conservatively high because if our taxes, if the taxes that are collected go above that estimate, we are required by Tabor to refund those. And so when we think about how much money or revenue that will bring in, it's important to think about that on the high scale. The second question that you have in front of you pertains to, and let me step back for just a minute. Based on conversations, the conversations of council, it is thought that these retail sales stores, these types of marijuana businesses will be allowed in Broomfield. That's important to note because the second question that is in front of you tonight is asking about an excise tax on marijuana cultivation or the cultivation of retail marijuana. That question asks the voters to approve a 5% excise tax on the first sale or transfer of raw marijuana from a retail cultivation center. Based on conversations of council, it is thought that these businesses will not be permitted in Broomfield, at least initially. And so the Tabor estimate of $183 for the first full fiscal year is more difficult to determine. I can let Brenda Ritchie talk about how she came up with that number, but that estimate, as required by Tabor, is still included in the question. Finally, what I would like to note for council is that in between first reading of these questions and tonight, there were a few changes that were made in the language of the questions. We did highlight those for you in attachments to the memo, so you could see the red line version of the questions you voted on at first reading and what we have presented for you here at second reading. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any of those after our presentation. But at this point in time, that's all I have on the memo from the attorney's office. And I think Brenda Ritchie is there to talk about the financial piece of that.
Brenda?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Brenda Ritchie, Finance Director. As Ms. Tiemann indicated, there were a couple of changes that were made from the previous estimate, and that was based on additional research and ongoing litigation surrounding those districts that have imposed a tax increase but not estimated correctly. And so the recommendation in speaking and during the research was that we were well within reason, but rather than trying to get it to the dollar and accuracy, while it's important, was to estimate conservatively on the higher end, and that's so that in the event that taxes, the special tax would generate additional unforeseen revenue, they would then still stay within the general fund and not have to be refunded, nor would we have to then adjust the tax rate because that is another implication of Tabor. So in doing so, what we did was, as mentioned last week, we looked at the eligible population, but we increased that to reflect not just those that were anticipated based on the amounts that Denver had provided, but basically anybody that would be eligible to purchase is still within reason that is foreseeable. So that estimate came to about 30% of the population that could potentially purchase. That doesn't mean that they will, but we estimated a little bit higher on that front to then project the 3.5 in projected revenue. And again, that's based on the proposed five retail marijuana stores locations in Broomfield. Should that change as directed by council, that number in terms of Tabor would change as well, and we'd need to make that adjustment so that we're accurately putting forward in the Tabor notice the estimated amount of revenue that would be generated from the special tax increase. Now, as Ms. Tiemann indicated, a question on the excise tax, that calculation of $183,000, that was based on research done in conjunction with Aurora, who they had 23 businesses and generated estimated revenue per business was roughly $91,000. So basically, if we took $91,000 by 2 locations for marijuana cultivation in Broomfield, that's what created the $183,000 in generation of additional revenue. And as she mentioned, that's a little bit more difficult, particularly difficult to estimate because we may or may not permit cultivation or manufacturing facilities to open even though the tax is approved. So that will have to be further delineated based on direction of council, and then we will estimate the first full fiscal year. The other aspect that came about was also the estimation of what the cost would be, expenditures, estimated expenditures, and that can be attributed, the $75,000 was basically from $30,000 was determined to be attributable to administration, while $45,000 was attributed to specifically for training, and that would include our clerk and recorder's office as well as our PD, for enforcement for the police as well. So we think that currently within our budgets, we can absorb a majority of the cost because, again, based on 5 locations, we don't anticipate a very large increase in our expenditures to maintain and operate or enforce the 5 retail locations that are being proposed this evening. We anticipate that we'd be able to absorb those costs in terms of the revenue collections, the licensing administration, very similar to how we do license and alcohol sales. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have related to the fiscal impacts of the proposed tax. Thank you.
Jennifer, does that include the staff, conclude the staff's presentation?
Yes, Mayor, it does.
Okay, so we will go to public comments next. The phone number's been repeated. I'll repeat it again, 855-695-3744. Press *3 in order to be put in the queue. You'll be asked a few quick questions. We do have some comments on this one. I'm going to start with Scott Sargent. And then, Scott, maybe you could tell me, your phone number showing up twice, as is Marcy's. Is there 2 people that are going to speak from your household or more? Scott? Scott, are you there?
Hey, Zach, let's try the other line with his name on it.
Okay, hold on.
They're identical lines, but they're...
Yes. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Scott? Scott, is there 2 people going to speak from your household?
Scott.
Yeah.
Yes, my wife called and we got dropped, so I had to dial back in. I think that's why I showed up twice.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll recognize you, Scott. State your name and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Scott Sargent, and I live in the Broadlands neighborhood in the Shadow Ridge community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. And I feel the proposal asking voters at what level marijuana businesses should be taxed at is premature. I'm respectfully asking and encouraging the City Council to extend the current moratorium, either by council action or bringing it forward to the voters of Broomfield themselves. My concerns are that marijuana is going to endanger the most vulnerable of our citizens. Notably among them is going to be our children and youth who are already dealing with anxiety and mental health issues in numbers that we're currently struggling to support. I've noticed Council has as a 2020 priority mental health strategic plan, working in conjunction with Adams 12 School District. And I think that is laudable, but as we talk about marijuana, one of the most intensely vaped substances is THC, and this is an endemic problem amongst high schoolers. So I think that works across purposes, allowing pot shops into Broomfield currently. I've applauded county-wide efforts to reduce vaping amongst youth with programs such as the vape pen trade for a rec center pass. To me, that just showed a willingness to take on the problem. And although this work is far from complete, according to one researcher, 75% of the deaths and hospitalizations from vaping currently involve THC, which is the psychoactive ingredient marijuana. So doing anything, especially in our current COVID-19 environment, that would increase the respiratory health danger amongst Broomfield citizens, I think is inconsistent with the values that Broomfield holds. I appreciate Council thinking of additional revenue streams for Broomfield. Certainly this is a challenging time for all communities across the United States. But I think that if we consider cost analysis and if we really dig deeply beyond just the enforcement, but the societal impact that's going to cause, I feel very strongly that we're not going to come ahead on this, that we're going to run a deficit in terms of being able to generate revenue, but then having higher impacts either through vaping, through respiratory distress, and particularly with the youth when you have side effects that range anywhere from lack of motivation to decrease in cognitive function, even to permanent psychosis in some cases. So my request is that City Council extend the current moratorium and that do this either through council action or bringing it forward for a ballot, being placed on the ballot in the future election. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Sargent, you have 3 minutes. So please identify yourself for the record and your neighborhood.
Okay, Marcy Sargent, and I live in the Broadlands neighborhood. And I really appreciate you guys giving us this opportunity. And I just wanted to say I am opposed to the 2 marijuana taxes proposed to be on the 2020 ballot. I'm opposed to the marijuana retail tax sales, and I'm opposed to a sunset of Broomfield's current marijuana moratorium. So I'm asking that council consider changing the marijuana ballot questions into ordinances and then allowing voters to decide the moratorium and voting their opinions on the ordinances. And my main question it sounds to me like there's been a lot of discussion focused on Tabor and taxes, and I understand that that's what the proposition is all about. But to people, to voters, to normal folks, we're wondering what that really has to do with, a complete discussion on marijuana. And I'm really concerned with the things that my kids have seen. We've been having kids in the public school system, like middle school and up, for the past 9 years. And I tell you, we've seen a lot of vamped up efforts, not only just to help educate children, but also to deter so much kids vaping in the school. My kids have seen it in bathrooms, in locker rooms, and even during class, because vaping marijuana is so easy now. So the more I've learned about marijuana, and I've spent hours looking at it, researching it, and listening more about it, the more I want it as far away from kids that we can make it. So I'm just wondering, and I'm not asking this aloud, of course, for people to answer, but I'm just wondering who's been included in the public community of discussion with marijuana? Have we learned from principals and school superintendents? With Colorado being #1 in the nation for teens vaping marijuana, I think retail shops within walking distance from schools would make a bigger problem, even bigger. And I just happened to reach out by email to principals and school superintendents. I wasn't sure if they knew that this issue was being discussed. And within 30 minutes, replies came from a superintendent and several principals who had no idea this was being discussed and were very concerned. So I think that they need to be pulled into the discussion. I also wonder, how much discussion has been about researching brain dysfunction and heart dysfunction and lung disease and addiction in youth. And I'm wondering, I noticed that as a council, mental health was a 2020 top concern for you, but I consider it a contradiction to mental health as youth or users are 3 to 5 times more likely to develop psychosis. And have we had time to learn from Denver and Boulder and their budgets changing with youth health and education initiatives after their retail, or CDOT finding that 70% of drivers
Marcy, I need you
consider driving with Okay, let me wrap this up. This is my last one. My last question is, why is precedence not being followed? Council adopted an ordinance, and in 2010, voters approved it. 10 years later, we have 30% more people. Why would council bring a ballot question about taxes for retail marijuana
Thank you, Marcy.
instead of an ordinance to be approved by voters? Okay, thanks, you guys. Appreciate you. Bye.
We have Dan Martin. Dan, would you identify yourself and your neighborhood for the record?
Yes, thank you for hearing me. My name is Dan Martin. I live in the Broomfield Heights neighborhood. I actually live in the house my father was raised in. I purchased it from my grandmother a few years back, and I've raised my 3 children there, third generation Broomfield resident. My family's been here since 1958. I wanted to speak in support of the potential of allowing cannabis businesses to operate in the city. Currently, Broomfield has no cannabis retail dispensaries in the city. I actually own a cannabis business, Magnolia Road Cannabis Company. We operate retail stores in Boulder, Colorado, and Trinidad, Colorado. I also have cultivation sites in Boulder and Ordway. Our corporate office is actually located in Broomfield. We keep our accounting and administration staffs there, and we've been there for about the last 3 years. I would like to say that, Broomfield has no retail stores, but I know for a fact that many of my customers do travel from Broomfield. So if we're trying to keep marijuana out of Broomfield, I don't think that's a very possible thing to accomplish. You can certainly continue to keep the businesses out. I would like to say that I feel allowing these businesses into the city would be a great benefit to the economy as well as the community. There's many locations in Broomfield that would allow for discreet shopping and maintain the community culture, and I don't believe these stores would be a detriment in any way. Cultivation sites and manufacturing facilities would be great to see come into the community. I will say that more and more cultivators are moving outdoors and into greenhouses, and then offering an excise tax that would be enticing to have cultivators move their businesses into Broomfield might be a tad difficult in the current market. And then manufacturers don't really pay these excise tax. But these taxes don't really seem to be a deterrent to stores looking to come into a new area and operate. Yeah, I hope that Broomfield considers allowing retail stores on the upcoming ballot questions. I'd be happy to talk to council and ask any questions, answer any questions they may have about how these businesses operate or what it takes for them to operate in the city. And then on the other side of things, I just would like to say that there's a lot of studies that show both negatives and benefits of cannabis use. And it's kind of hard to get through the weeds, so to speak, sometimes. And I hope that City Council does do their research and decide what's best for the city of Broomfield. Thank you for all you do at City Council, and thank you for hearing my comments.
Thanks, Dan. We'll go to James Marsh-Holschen. James, identify yourself.
Hey, Mayor, can you give me 1 second?
Well, not
Hey,
really.
Mayor, can you give me 1 second? I'm just reconnect.
I thought that was, I thought that was James asking for 1 second. That was Zach.
Sorry, Mayor, that's Zach.
Okay.
I was just, there we go.
Okay. James, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. James Marshallshin, I'm a resident of Brandywine. I'm calling today because I want to strongly urge you to adopt these ordinances to allow these tax measures on the ballot, and to thank you for your leadership in allowing this moratorium to lapse that should have been a long. My good friend Chris Teagarden was the former mayor of Edgewater, and Edgewater paid for a large portion of their $13 million civic center with marijuana tax revenue. This is not a tax increase to the people of Broomfield. This is these people who buy marijuana, and I have been one of those people, they're buying it anyway. They're going to Boulder, they're going to Longmont, they're going to wherever they need to, which all that means is the Broomfield's losing out on tax revenue. And that's something we, and especially in this time, we cannot afford to do. Furthermore, I have children, I understand the hand-wringing that goes on with the children, my God, the children, but there is no evidence to show that retail stores is going to harm the children in any way. If anyone has been to a retail store, you understand that the security precautions that they take is much, much, much higher than that of a liquor store. Furthermore, if we're really talking about the dangers to children, marijuana, study after study has shown that marijuana is much less harmful to the adolescent brain than alcohol is. So if we're talking about the safety and health of our children, then we ban liquor stores too. I understand people are cautious and people are concerned, but this is something that should have happened a long time ago. People like to bring up the fact that in 2010, Broomfield voted down medical stores, but that was 10 years ago. Broomfield has changed dramatically since then. If you look at voting patterns, the people of Broomfield are much more progressive than they were then. Furthermore, in Broomfield, we voted to approve Amendment 64, legalizing marijuana statewide by a wide margin. It is high time that this expires and that we allow the retail stores. People are buying it. They're going to do it anyway. As the last caller said, they're bringing it into Broomfield. It's not the danger of a child getting hold of marijuana from one of our retail stores is negligible, and that's what enforcement is for. So, anyway, I support this, and I thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Elise Dunkel, identify yourself and your neighborhood if you would, and you have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking my call. Hi there. My name is Elise Dunkel. I live in the south of Cole Elementary neighborhood. I just wanted to quickly say thank you again. I fully support these ordinances and being able to vote on these taxes. I actually work in the marijuana industry. I started off on the medical side. Now I work in recreational. And personally, I would love to be able to serve my community. I would like to work in, support, pay taxes in the community that I live in and help contribute to the betterment of our community. We are a very regulated industry. We take safety. That is our number one priority always. Like some of the previous callers have noted, we have very stringent rules and regulations, our security procedures. We follow the rules by the book, and it would mean a lot to be able to serve my community. So that's basically it for me. Just wanted to say my support, say that I would love to be able to work in this community, and I think it would be of great benefit to Broomfield. So thank you all so much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Elise. We also have Sally. Sally, please identify yourself for the record and your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is Sally Vanderveer of Anthem, and I also, like some of the other callers, am an owner of a marijuana retail dispensary chain. My brother and I, Andy Williams, are both longtime residents of Broomfield, Colorado, and are so excited that Broomfield is finally entertaining the opportunity to serve its community with marijuana. And I mean, everyone's kind of touched on what I wanted to talk about, but I think, we're entering a time where a lot of retail establishments are struggling, and bringing retail marijuana to Broomfield would really help some of the real estate deficits that will be occurring with the loss of several of our retail stores. Obviously, residents of Broomfield are buying marijuana, and the tax revenue is going elsewhere. And I know it's not all about money. It's really about access to medication for patients who purchase marijuana at a retail in a retail location, but they're addressing their PTSD, their pain, their cancer, their depression, their anxiety, and having quick or access to it in their neighborhood is really important to these patients. So we're very interested in participating in this. I would encourage council to speak with municipalities like Thornton and Longmont, both of where I have stores, to talk about doing this as a competitive process rather than a lottery process, so that you ensure the citizens of Broomfield that you're best operators in your city. And by best operators, I'm going to say exactly what the other positive callers were saying, people who pay attention to not selling to people underage, who follow all of the rules. There are a lot of rules in marijuana, and it's a really tough business, and you want to get the best operators in your city. And there are a lot of statistics, and it's difficult to argue with people who are against marijuana, but there are a lot of statistics, and with all due respect, that speak to the opposite of what we've heard other callers have been talking about. In many municipalities, where legal marijuana is allowed, we're seeing actually a decrease in use in underage users for marijuana because they are informed. Other than that, I applaud Broomfield for even considering this, and I think it's a wonderful place to live, as we all know, and I really, really hope that this measure passes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sally. That concludes the public comments. So we'll go to city council comments next. I need you to drop that screen so I can see the participants. Thank you. Council members, we'll go with Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to speak real briefly in favor of moving these two measures to the ballot. I think it's high time that Broomfield consider these measures and have the option to decide if this council can and sales in the future. So if we pass these measures, we'll have the ability to decide on how many recreational shops we want and where we want them to be, and all of those decisions can be made then. But in order to do that, we first need to establish a taxing authority. So I think moving these two things forward is the right thing to do, especially now in this fiscal climate. And just to address some of the concerns from some of the residents who have emailed and called about children and marijuana usage amongst the youth. When legalization was approved in 2012 and the state created the regulations, they really added to the Healthy Kids Survey each year. And the Healthy Kids Survey that the state does is, I think, the kind of gold standard in terms of studies on usage in kids. And time after time, they found that it didn't increase in Colorado post legalization. So I don't know if those concerns are particularly well founded, and especially given that Broomfield is such a long and narrow city, and so many of our neighbors have legalized and have sales at this point. I don't think us opening up and benefiting from those tax dollars is gonna change usage in our community at all. It's right now we're already paying the price of having it legal. It's in our community. It's widespread. I went on a ride along with an officer last Thursday, and he was telling me after legalization, his workload increased in Broomfield. And I will tell you, I think we're already paying that price based on that story and based on all the information I have seen, because our neighboring communities have this legal. So we're just missing out at this point. So I support moving these forward. And I think the science is pretty clear that having it legal sales in your community doesn't endanger our youth at all, and in some cases it might even prevent youth usage because it's harder for youth to get their hands on it through illegal means. So I'm in support, and I look forward to seeing what the voters think of these proposed tax initiatives.
Councilmember Law Evans, then Hinkle, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my stance on this is no secret to anyone. As has been noted several times tonight, recreational marijuana sales are not currently allowed in Broomfield. And I believe very strongly that council should put the question of whether or not to allow retail marijuana sales in Broomfield on the ballot. And I know that that could still happen before this sunset expires, before the ordinance expires, but it gets much harder. So based on the input, we have received a lot of emails in the last 2 weeks since this came out and was in the press a bit. I think that it's very clear that this issue is very important to Broomfield voters. And this evening is the first time that this council has taken call-in / in-person public comment on the question of whether or not to allow retail sales of recreational marijuana, even though it's tangential to the issue. So some time ago, we had a study session where we did a straw poll where public input, again, was not allowed. Normally at study sessions, we don't allow public input, and that was used to determine that council would allow the ban to expire. So again, for the benefit of the public, we have jumped from a ban on retail sales to discussing now how to tax retail sales without in-person or call-in public input until tonight. It's my understanding from the city attorney's office that because of the timing and when questions must be submitted to the ballot and requirement for a first and second reading, that we can no longer put this question of retail sales on the ballot for this fall. And I just want to check with our acting city and county attorney, Ms. Gilbert, and confirm that that's correct. Do I have that correct, Ms. Gilbert?
Yes, Councilmember Law Evans, that is correct.
Okay, so thank you. I believe that this process has not honored our citizens by giving them adequate notice and time to comment on such an important issue. And I will be voting no on this ballot, on both these ballot questions concerning the taxation in protest of what I believe is a not honorable path that council has taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Councilmember Law Evans, I'm going to disagree with the not honorable path. I'm going to make a comment that we had a public hearing, or we were taking comments 2 weeks ago. There was no comments that were made at that point in time. It was certainly open for comment. And so the comment that we didn't allow it at that point in time, I disagree with that. And since you said it's not honorable, that bothers me just a little bit because we did have comment, nobody called. And
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Mayor. Are we having a dialogue, or are you just responding to my comments?
I'm responding to your comment because I want the audience to have the we did provide public comments and nobody commented.
I stand by my comments. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been in Broomfield for at least over 13 years, and I was one of the voters who actually voted not to pass marijuana sales in Colorado. I am not a user, and I echo concerns about youth accessibility. But since then, we've done a lot of studying, and we've known, from our neighboring counties, what's been happening with our youth. I do want to point out that Broomfield did vote yes. And so I've been replying to emails constantly. Broomfield voted yes on marijuana sales in 2012, and the only reason why we aren't selling marijuana in Broomfield is because the past city council decided without a vote of the people to ban it in Broomfield. So to me, this went against the will of the voters, which is strange to me. And I think, we need to regulate it. We've learned so much since then. And we need to listen to our county neighbors, and I want the money generated to go towards our health and human services. I echo what Councilmember Lindstedt said. I did a police ride along, and I asked my police officer that I was riding along with, what have you noticed since marijuana has been passed in the state? And she says, maybe the workload increased, but we're not receiving the funding to support that workload. So I want to see the funding to go to our health and human services. So again, while I did not vote to approve marijuana sales, I'm not a user. I can't go against the will of the voters. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Castriano.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I do have to echo your statement that I take offense at the false accusations that this wasn't a public process. It was completely publicly noticed, and the fact that people didn't line up in droves to comment on the phone may be indicative that it's really just not that big of a deal. This doesn't require a vote because the legalization question was already decided by the voters in 2012. 53% of Broomfield residents voted in favor of recreational marijuana sales. When Broomfield voters approved Amendment 64, it permitted local governments to regulate or prohibit such facilities. Colorado Constitution Article, it's Roman numeral, Section 16, now states a locality may enact ordinances or regulations governing the time, place, manner, and number of marijuana establishment operations. That is what Broomfield voters approved in 2012. Historically, the City Council of 2016 didn't think it needed to go on the ballot when they passed a moratorium against the will of the voters. They didn't think it was important to honor the citizens' wishes. Why didn't that City Council put it in the voters' hands to begin with? Because the voters already gave them the power to decide. Representative democracy. We do not put everything on the ballot, do we, for the voters to decide? It would take forever. So for those who say that we're trying to decide for them, it's already been decided. And we're letting this moratorium, which was passed without citizen approval, expire. Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson, then Lim.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of all of my colleagues. And I do want to note that this goes back to a study session a few weeks back where I originally asked for this to be a two-part question where we would first ask if the voters wanted to let the moratorium sunset. And since then, we did have a vote at the last council meeting. So we did actually vote on that question. I very much appreciate that. And it was 3-7. Is that I think that was what the vote was. So we did actually do that vote. And we do need to move forward at this point in time because we are up against the deadline. And an interesting question came in from one of our council members. Actually, I should start with that. My only concern with this vote at this point in time is the confusion that could be created, and we need to make sure that we make this clear in whatever way we can, that a vote to some residents may choose to vote not to tax marijuana as more of an indication that they don't want marijuana sold in Broomfield. And we just received a question from one of our constituents that the one other part that could be confusing is when you're asking for a 4% special sales tax, but then increasing it up to allowing to be increased to 10%. And there should be consideration given, should that be two separate questions? Because some people might vote because they don't want that increase to the 10%. So that is a concern. And at this point in time, I do believe that we need to shift our focus to creating those strong regulations to increase education for youth, security measures at our stores and enforcement mechanisms, programs for individuals facing addiction. It's not just marijuana, there's also other substances, and zoning so that these facilities are not near our schools, our parks, and our families. So it's time to, I guess, move on and begin that regulation. And there is that possibility down the road if the well, either way, but especially if the tax rate is not approved, that we could still extend that moratorium. So I guess that is my comment. And I thank everyone for their input. We did receive a considerable number of emails on this one, so thank you.
Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I agree that it's time to move forward with the question of retail marijuana sales in Broomfield. What I don't see accurately moving forward is the excise tax question. I think the staff accurately characterized in the memo and in the comments that it was the current discussion of City Council not to allow marijuana cultivation in the city and county at this time. I think it's confusing to the voters to put that question on the ballot for the excise tax when it's not our intent to allow marijuana cultivation at this time. We can put it on the ballot later. I have read all the emails about marijuana issues from the voters, and no email that I have read was specifically in favor of allowing cultivation in Broomfield. So I think that issue should not be going forward at this time. And that's how I will be voting on the excise tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So I've gotten some phone calls and some emails concerning these two ordinances, and I just have some questions for Ms. Ritchie as well as our law enforcement as well. So Ms. Ritchie, if I read the memo correctly, the tax revenue on sales at 4% is going to be is projected to be 3.5 million. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Schaaf.
Great. And then in the council presentation, we heard that the regulation and licensing and training would cost about $75,000. Is that right?
So for the administration as well as the training, we're anticipating right now roughly an additional $75,000 potentially in operational costs. That is correct.
Okay, great. So that doesn't include any expenses that might go to other departments. That is just strictly more so the finance as well as licensing.
The finance, licensing, as well as the enforcement from for PD for their additional training as well related to the enforcement of marijuana, which again is Councilmember Lindstedt has pointed out that that's current. There's some aspects of that currently being done. So in speaking with Chief Krieger on this matter and identifying that, it was identified that could be absorbed and it would not require additional FTEs because the officers that are currently in those positions would continue.
Excellent, thank you for that. And I can definitely speak to that as well as some of these other council members did. Before I was on council, I did a ride-along. One of our stops was for someone that was suspected of being under the influence of marijuana. So at that point, it was already something that was a part of our community, something that our police officers were dealing with. So my question to our police department is, have we had conversations with our neighboring municipalities concerning the increased workload or the increased costs associated with enforcement for these marijuana shops being allowed in Broomfield?
Thank you, Councilman Schaaf. Mike Clement, I'm Deputy Chief of Support Services. Coincidentally, about a week ago, there was anecdotal discussion during the chief's meetings. They have them monthly. Barton, as well as Commerce City, spoke to the fact that they have not seen significant calls for service in relationship to it. There certainly is, if we do license retail stores, additional training that we'll need in partnership with the Department of Revenue on kind of the regulations of point of sale.
Okay, so Mr. Clement, I'll ask a similar question that I asked Ms. Ritchie was, will the revenue projections that are there, the $3.5 million, will that be adequate to cover the cost of allowing marijuana businesses in Broomfield from your perspective?
Certainly, sir. I have a lot more faith in Ms. Ritchie's answer than I would in law enforcement. With the projection of the 5 stores, I can speak to the fact that the potential work impact using that scale of 5 stores is something that we believe that we can do adequate enforcement in regards to the regulatory statutes and such. She would be better to speak to the overall margin for me, sir.
Great, thank you. I'll go with Ms. Ritchie's answer then at that point. So I appreciate all the emails that we've gotten. I appreciate the phone calls that I've been able to have as well over the phone. So I appreciate people reaching out. I am in support of both of these tax measures. I think that our finance department has done a tremendous job in looking at the numbers and looking at the costs associated with this. I believe that we've gotten a lot of input from our police department as well. And so with that, I do support both the sales tax on retail marijuana as well as the excise tax. Thank you.
Councilmember Grill?
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a note for the public in regards to medical marijuana. The assumption is the reason why we're not talking about it right now and putting it on the ballot is because there would not be a tax related to medical marijuana sales. And if it does sunset in Broomfield, and even if these two things do not pass, medical marijuana would still be able to be approved at sunset. Is that a true statement? Staff?
Yeah, Courtney?
Courtney?
Thank you, Council Member Grimm. I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part of that question again?
Certainly. So let's say that we allow the current moratorium to sunset and these two ballot initiatives do not pass. Is it a true statement that Broomfield can still consider medical marijuana in Broomfield because there's no additional tax associated with it?
So I'm going to restate your question to make sure I'm answering it correctly. You are saying that if council does not permit retail sales in Broomfield and the taxes don't pass, and so we've set retail marijuana off to the side, can we still talk about medical marijuana? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay. So yes, medical marijuana right now is prohibited under a different statute in the Broomfield Municipal Code, one that does not sunset. So council can address medical marijuana separately. Now, can you talk about taxing medical marijuana? You can, but again, because of Tabor and the charter, council can't make the determination about an additional tax, and so that has to go to the vote of the people. And so the medical marijuana, if permitted in Broomfield, would only be taxed under the general tax, sales tax at the 4.15%. You probably knew that, but
yeah, but there wouldn't be additional, and it would be a vote of council for medical marijuana or a vote to the citizens.
So to overturn and. Ms. Gilbert, correct me if I'm incorrect here, but I believe that council could address that ordinance that prohibits medical marijuana with a vote just of council.
Okay.
I agree with that. This is Deputy City and County Attorney Pat Gilbert.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because medical marijuana, retail marijuana, manufacturing is all different categories, and we haven't ever really addressed what we're doing about medical marijuana in Broomfield. So thank you very much. And then I do have to say, for a couple of reasons, I am not in favor of putting this on the ballot, and not necessarily all these things that we've been discussing, but two things. One, I'm very adamant that these funds stay with human service programs, and we added the words and other general purposes, and I think that just opens it up to being spent on anything, and I want to preserve these funds for only human service programs. And then secondly, I don't support any council or governing body being able to raise a sales tax without a vote of people. Even if we have a sales tax increase of a penny, we go to the people and get that approved. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting these. And I know I expressed that last time, but I was not part of the general consensus. And then I do have to say, I am struggling. I agree with Councilmember Lislaw Evans that we might have the cart before the horse here, that do we go to the people? This is definitely something that we're used to voting on as citizens. This isn't something that citizens have taken lightly in the state of Colorado. And do we need to go to them and should we sell medical marijuana? Should we sell retail marijuana? Should we manufacture marijuana here in Broomfield and then apply the tax base after that? So that's all the comments I have, Mayor. Thank you very much.
I noticed no additional comments, so I'll go ahead and make my comments, which I articulated in an email last night. It's my personal feeling we probably won't get to 5 marijuana stores in 5 years. That it'll be a few. I guess my point was if we put it on the ballot now, an up or down question on whether we have retail marijuana, then that would leave a question of where it should occur, what regulations we should have with it. And that's our job as a city council. And as I said, because I do like public input and I do encourage public input, if the tax passes, I suspect that city council will want to have public hearings, will want to have the public involved in how many stores should we allow, where should we allow them? I mean, people immediately jump to the assumption it's going to be next to our schools, it's going to be next. And I don't think that's where this council is headed. I haven't heard those comments. But those are things that when we let the moratorium expire in February, we need to address. And it would surprise me if council didn't address that in a professional manner with public input. And so that was why I didn't feel we needed to go to the ballot in November on a separate issue, an up or down question. And so those are my comments. We will go to no further comments. The public hearing is closed. We will first review council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2131. Will the clerk please read ordinance number 2131 by title?
Ordinance number 2131, providing the submission of a ballot question to the registered electors at the November 3rd, 2020 coordinated election, at which a question shall be placed on the ballot concerning a new special sales tax on retail marijuana products, and retail marijuana accessories. Second and final reading.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2131 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published in full.
Councilmember Ledstedt.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Castriota?
Yes.
Broom?
No.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Law Evans?
No.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaff?
Yes.
And Anderson?
Yes.
The ordinance passes 6-2. Now we'll review the second proposed ordinance for item 11A. Will the clerk please read ordinance number 2132 by title?
Ordinance number 2132, providing for the submission of a ballot question to the registered electors at the November 3rd, 2020 coordinated election, at which a question shall be placed on the ballot concerning a new excise tax on the first sale or transfer of marijuana by a retail marijuana cultivation facility. Second and final reading.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2132 be adopted on second reading and ordered published in full.
Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Broom?
No.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Law Evans?
No.
Lynn?
No.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaff?
Yes.
Anderson?
No.
And Castriota?
Yes.
It ties 4-4. The mayor votes yes. Let's go to the public hearing. And second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2130 pertaining to revenue stabilization. I will declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures as stated previously. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sandy Herbison will introduce us to this item that we've already spoken about and briefly give an overview before council comments. Thank you.
Hello, I believe that Mr. Front will be giving us a little bit of an overview of this particular measure, ballot measure. Okay, so what we have here in front of us today is that we have the ballot measure regarding the opportunity to increase the mill levies in order to stabilize revenue in the event that residential assessment rates are changed in the future as a result of the Gallagher Amendment. And so this has a lot of implications. What we've decided is that we have the ballot measure in front of us, and the financial implications for this are that we have two scenarios that we went through in the previous council memos that have been presented to the council. And the first one is if the residential assessment rate would change from 7.15 to 5.88, and the residential property values increase 12%, commercial property values increase 10%, then we would have, after the change, we would only have a revenue increase of $500,000, where if we had no change, it would be up $5.4 million. The second scenario is that if the rate changes from 7.15% to 5.88%, and the residential property values increase 12% in a future reassessment year, commercial decreases 10%, then after the change, we would be down $4.4 million, where had nothing changed, we would be up $500,000. So you can see in both scenarios that we have a revenue shortfall of over $4 million for the city and county of Broomfield.
Sandy, thanks very much. And to your point, Carl Front, Senior Attorney, is available for the technical aspects of the ballot language. Mayor, I don't know if you want, if you'd like Carl to do a brief overview, or if you prefer him just to field questions.
I think you can do a brief overview.
Carl, would you do that, please? Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Carl Front, Senior Attorney. The City Council directed staff at a study session on June 16th to prepare a proposed ordinance that would place a question on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot to authorize the city to adjust its mill levy for tax year 2021, which is collected in 2022, and all future years if state-imposed changes to the residential assessment rate due to the Gallagher Amendment result in a reduction of property tax revenues when such revenues would otherwise have risen due to reassessment. The Gallagher Amendment is a provision that requires a provision of the Colorado Constitution that requires that 45% of the total amount of state property tax come from residential property and the remaining 55% from commercial property. The Colorado Constitution sets the commercial assessment rate at 29%, with the residential assessment rate fluctuating annually to maintain the 45-55 ratio. The residential assessment rate is established by the state legislature every other year on the odd year. Although the residential assessment rate can fluctuate, it has only gone down one time since 1982, It started at 21% and is currently set at 7.15%. The residential assessment rate is due to be recalculated by the state legislature for tax year 2021. According to forecasts by the state property tax administrator, that rate could drop from 7.15% to 5.88%. Proposed ordinance 2130, as drafted, if approved tonight on second reading, would place the included question on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you. Thank you. So that concludes the staff presentation, and so we will move to public comments. Let me take a look at the public comments. I'm not seeing any for 11B. I'm not noting any public comments, so let's go to council comments are next. Mayor Pro Tem Castriano.
Thank you, Mayor. We have received a fair amount of feedback on this ballot measure, and I was confused at first because many of the emails were referring to a tax increase, but yet we aren't even considering a tax increase during these financial times. We welcome the opportunity to have an inclusive, fact-based conversation about what this ballot measure truly accomplishes. So let's dispel some of the myths and misinformation. I first want to clarify that the ballot measure we're proposing to the voters is not a tax increase. If you're familiar with Tabor, all tax increase ballot questions must begin with this language: shall your taxes be raised by? The proposed ballot measure does not contain this language because it is not a tax increase. Did you know that Coloradans only pay 1/4 of the property taxes on their home since 1982? Amendment 1 has unintentionally resulted in forcing a continued reduction in the residential property tax rate and the resulting revenues, which pay for local services like K-12 education and fire services, keep getting ratcheted down. Prior to 1992, counties were able to float mill levies to stabilize revenue, but the frozen residential-non-residential ratio is forcing down the assessed values of houses from 21% now down to 7.2% and predicted to go down to 5%. There's no bottom on this. It essentially could go down to 0 if we don't do something. So we are asking to be able to float the mill levies to stabilize our revenue. And the growth of residential property value has outpaced the growth of non-residential property value all this time. But the formula forces a continued reduction. In 1982, when this was passed, residential property made up 45% of the state's property tax revenue. Today, it constitutes about 80% of the actual market value of all property in the state. Additionally, with the commercial rate frozen at 29%, our small businesses are hurting and having to bear the lion's share of the tax burden. It also makes Colorado less attractive to businesses. Currently, owners of commercial and industrial properties bear more than 4 times the property tax burden as residential property owners on property with the same market value. Why should you care? Unless and until the total value of residential property in Colorado ceases to grow faster than the total value of commercial property, which no one foresees as long as Colorado is a desirable place to live, the Gallagher Amendment will continue to force downward the residential property tax assessment rate, which will continue to erode local property tax bases and reduce local funding for government services like schools, fire protection, county road maintenance, and recreational districts. So to reiterate, we're not trying to increase property taxes. We've already cut $25 million from our budget for capital improvement projects, roads, parks, due to the shutdown and greatly diminished sales tax revenue. We're all facing economic hardships due to this pandemic, and this community has proven that we are stronger together, and the city and county of Broomfield has stepped up to provide emergency relief to our neighbors and our businesses in need. Difficult decisions regarding current and future service levels will be occurring in the coming weeks. Budget shortfalls may impact the opening of the new rec center, library, and our senior services. And the Senate's recently introduced COVID relief bill has zero funds for local governments. This ballot measure will allow the voters to decide if they will allow us to stabilize our property tax revenue so it remains constant and we can continue to provide these services to our residents. We're not asking to raise taxes. We're asking you to help us prevent a further loss in revenue. I know there are some who are trying to mislead people into thinking that, but I encourage you to read the actual proposal and make your decisions based on facts. Broomfield citizens are proud of the community they have built. Their hard work has led to increased prosperity and changes that are uplifting. Broomfield's foundation is strong, and everyone benefits from maintaining that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
I just want to second our Mayor Pro Tem. That was a very accurate display of information there. And I know you as our mayor shared answers to some questions that were asked by a group today, and I'm wondering if we can make those publicly available because I think we need to get that word out. There was a considerable amount of information that was put out by our attorneys and others, and I think it'd be helpful if we could post those questions and answers somewhere so that more, there has been a lot of confusion on this item, and I think we just need to get that clarification out to the public while we can, and thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, I presume we can find a forum to put those questions and answers out, because they were good questions, and I thought the staff did a good job of answering the questions. So.
Thanks very much. We will absolutely do that.
Councilmember Grove.
Okay, I am a little confused. I know that a lot of the citizens called in, and I do think the answer to whether or not this is a tax increase, to blatantly say no, is a little deceptive. But I want to also point out, staff's presentation tonight started with the words, an increase in mill levy, that was a quote, and to discuss a property tax increase. So I know that we're getting caught up in words right now, but anytime you raise a mill levy, that's obvious. That's a tax increase. This is preventing a property tax reduction, which therefore is a tax increase. So I understand Mayor Pro Tem's very passionate and very pointed presentation about that. However, you do have to admit, and I'll ask staff to clarify, this is avoidance of a property tax reduction based on the calculation. Is that a true statement or not?
Okay, you want to take that one?
So,
Councilmember Drew, this is Deputy City and County Attorney Pat Gilbert. Can you repeat your question for me, please, so I make sure I understand it?
So what we would basically be doing is we are preventing the reduction of a potential future tax decrease.
Correct. That's correct.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, we are we're stabilizing the revenues so that they don't decrease, correct?
Well, you're stabilizing the factor. You're not stabilizing the revenues. You're saying 7.1, nothing below, even though the equation will state that. Even though the equation would allow a 5.88, that is a tax increase. It might not be right now, but in the future, when we go from 7.1 to a potential 5.8 and the citizens don't get that adjustment in their property taxes, that's a tax increase. But neither here nor there, I just want to be fair to the public that does have that understanding. They might not have been articulating it that way because let's face it, you got to be a rocket science to really understand this in detail and all the equations. But I do want to say also that fire services, schools, all those things, they have a mill levy. They have a way to increase their taxes without playing a shell game with the people's property taxes. It's something that we all want to be upfront on where our money's going, and that is a way to get it. So I know in the past there's certain school mill levies that have been turned down, but majority of them get approved. And then I just want to also state it hasn't gone down. It's gone down once since 1982. So I think the risk of it going down is pretty low. So why give up the equation for a low risk? And so I'm gonna turn this down to go out to the people for a couple reasons. One, the wording of it is very difficult to comprehend, and two, you know, the city is not really, and I'm really sorry about my dog barking in the background. He never barks unless someone's here. So I'm going to have to cut it short and make sure my house is safe. But nonetheless, I'm going to vote no. I do want the city of Broomfield to stop fighting over this in our words that we use and start allowing the truth to unfold. This is a reduction of future property property tax reduction. It stops that. It is a tax increase. Thank you.
Councilmember Lindstedt, then Law Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. This is not a tax increase. It is keeping the rate the same. That's what we're trying to do to prevent from, you know, risking vital services. It's not a tax increase, and you know, evidence of that, I think that's very persuasive. The state legislature recently passed, you know, the statewide version of this same measure, and it passed with overwhelming bipartisan majorities, including some of the most conservative and, you know, almost anti-tax legislators voting for it. And I don't think anyone would consider either of these measures to be a tax increase. All we're doing is trying to keep vital services going, because I think as a member of the city council, it's important, and it's why we're here, is to keep our police and our social services and our infrastructure funded. And if this doesn't move forward and the voters don't approve that, we're gonna have to make even more difficult decisions about service levels and about the services that people in Broomfield depend on. But I'm not proposing a tax increase. I don't think anyone here wants to increase taxes during this time. All we're asking is that we keep the rate the same. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I very much appreciate all the comments from my council colleagues. I will have to say that I don't know if there's a better way to word it for the ballot, but this is not well worded. I've gotten a ton of questions on this, and I think Councilmember Groom really explained kind of the nuts and bolts of it quite well. Councilmember Lindstedt, you know, you have great points also. It's not an increase, but it's not an increase, is the way I see it. So there's, for all the fans of Mrs. Babb at Broomfield High School out there, I'm sorry for the double negative. At any rate, my concern with this is that, as Councilmember Lindstedt noted, that there is a statewide measure on this same topic, and I know that we have projections that staff has done as to how there is an interaction and what will happen if both pass, if neither pass, if one passes, if the other passes. But I'm, quite frankly, I have the utmost respect for staff, but I'm very, very skeptical that things are going to go the way that we think they will with all the projections. So I think this is too much for the voters to get a handle on right now. There's already a lot of confusion, so I would prefer to support the statewide initiative that I think will do many of the same things for the city and county. No one is talking about reducing services at this point. No one's talking. I think that's fear-mongering to bring up cutting police services and things. At any rate, so I am not in favor of putting this on the ballot tonight, because I will be supporting the statewide initiative that I think does much, from what I can tell, does much the same thing with regards to the city and county of Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad that Councilmember Law Evans mentioned the statewide ballot issue. I agree with her. I think that we should support it. I think that is a way that's really going to help not only Broomfield, but the whole state as a whole. It really kind of makes it so that that as we continue to move forward, we can really keep our services whole around the state. So, you know, there was a comment regarding Gallagher. Voters adopted the Gallagher Amendment in 1982, limiting residential property to no more than 45% of the total property tax base statewide. It required businesses to pick up the remaining 55% of the tax burden. Over time, it has accomplished just what it set out to do, and then some. And that's the problem that we're in right now, and then some. The residential assessment rate, which is used to calculate property taxes, has fallen from 21% when Gallagher was adopted to 7.15% today. It did not drop at once. It dropped over time many times. Business property is assessed at 29%, meaning businesses pay 4 times the property tax rate that homeowners do. If the residential rate is cut to 5.88%, as it's projected to do in 2021, businesses would be on the hook for 5 times the residential tax rate. That's a problem. So when not only are we going to fix the entire overall system for residential, but we are going to ensure that many of these businesses don't move out of Colorado because of the major increase in tax revenue. However, with Broomfield, we're kind of hedging our bets with this. Many of the tax issues that have come before the voters of the state of Colorado have not passed. In Broomfield, we enjoy the services that we have. We enjoy the community that has been created here. And so we are hedging our bets to say, if the state does not pass that great measure, here is a stopgap measure here in Broomfield that will solve that. The property taxes for businesses under this mill levy will go up. However, I do believe that there is a way that we as a council can look to lower those taxes for businesses in the future. I do think that that's something we can do. But however, because of the decrease, if the state does not pass and the Broomfield mill levy does pass, it will be nearly a revenue, a property tax neutral for the residents, and that's very important. So I do support this going to the people. I do hope that the people will of Broomfield will hedge their bets as well as with me and vote yes both on the state measure as well as the Broomfield measure, because I do care about the services that we have here in Broomfield, and I do appreciate the community that has been created here in Broomfield. And I do not believe that we can continue to create that same level of community and those same level of services at 5.88% as we do with the current 7.15%. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? I wanted to go ahead and make a comment, and I'm going to just say, I'm going to make a comment that I engaged in social media the last few days with Broomfield Taxpayers Matter. There were some great comments coming back and forth. And last night or yesterday, I asked them to ask specific questions. They gave us specific questions. They gave us really good questions. I thought they were very thoughtful questions. I want to thank staff, Sandy and others on staff, Carl, Sean, and Christine that responded back almost immediately today. And I don't know what to say, that these are complex issues. Anytime you're involved in Colorado public policy, you learn about Tabor, you learn about Gallagher, and you can't explain them to anybody. And if you throw in Amendment 23, which was the education amendment, which also impacts the budgets, they're a stranglehold on representative government, which may have been their intent. But I want to say, that the questions we'll get answers to the detailed questions that will help. If you are a policy wonk person, ask, send me or somebody in staff an email. We'll send you back the responses. We'll get them posted tomorrow because they are fairly technical responses. And once again, I'm going to thank the Broomfield Taxpayer Matters people for giving very thoughtful questions that has added to the quality of the discussion. And my only other comment is I think it's something when Guyleen, our Mayor Pro Tem, first brought it up, and CCAT and CCI had brought it up. It was something that I felt from the very beginning when I heard Dee Weiser and other people that have expertise in this over the last 30 years, that it was something that the voters should vote on. It may be too complex for them to understand. I mean, because I think it is for us. We're arguing about double negatives and stuff. And so, but I think we need to give them a try. which is the opposite of what I just said on the other issue. I'll admit that. But but we should give it a try, and those are my comments. And once again, I'm encouraged by the level of conversation in the community over this subject. So there we go. There being no further comments, the public hearing is closed. Council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2130 is next. Will the clerk please read ordinance number 2130 by title?
Ordinance number 2130, providing for the submission of a ballot question to the registered electors at the November 3rd, 2020 coordinated election, at which a question shall be placed on the ballot concerning a change in the city and county's tax mill levy to stabilize revenue in the event of a change to the residential assessment rate due to the Gallagher Amendment, second and final reading.
Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2130 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published in full.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriota?
Yes.
Broom?
No.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Law Evans?
No.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
And Schaaf?
Yes.
It passes 6-2, and so we have the Aspen Creek filing number 8 that's up next. It's coming up on 8 o'clock. I've noticed that we've had a few people drop out of the queue. I would encourage those that are on the line that I will give you your 3 minutes, but let's let council take a break for 10 minutes. So we'll be back at, and I'll just make it 10 minutes. We'll be back at 8:02, and then we'll have the presentations from the applicant and stuff, and we will give everybody who's on the line 3 minutes after those 2 presentations. So 8:02. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to agenda item, let's see, was 11B. The next, which is a public hearing on 3 resolutions pertaining to Aspen Creek filing number 8, Dillon Point. I think it's 11C. The agenda item also includes a first reading for proposed ordinance number 2120 regarding a vested property rights agreement for Aspen Creek filing number 8, which will be reviewed by council after the public hearing on the resolutions have been closed. I will declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures as stated previously. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anna Burton-Zetti, Director of Planning, will walk us through this item. Anna?
Thank you. Good evening. Anna Burton-Zetti, Planning Director. We have a quick slide presentation. There we go. If we can have the next slide, please. So the Aspen Street Land LLC has submitted a development application for approximately 60 acres. The site is located at the southeast corner of Aspen Street and Dillon Road. The application includes multiple components, including a comprehensive plan amendment, a PUD plan amendment, final plat, site development plan, a subdivision improvement agreement, an amendment to the existing service plan for the Aspen Street Metropolitan District, and the requested vesting rights agreement that was mentioned. There has been additional correspondence that was received after the staff memorandum was finalized, and I'd like to note that those additional correspondence can be found at a link at the end of the agenda for City Council's agenda. Next slide, please. The first component of this application is the comprehensive plan land use amendment. The current designation for this property is residential and open lands. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the comprehensive plan to change the northwestern corner, approximately 1 acre of the corner, to mixed-use commercial. This would allow the development as proposed with the PUD plan to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed development will have a net positive impact on the long-range financial plan by increasing the projected annual revenue at build-out by $41,208 due to the addition of commercial to this area. Next slide, please. The property is currently contained within the Aspen Creek PUD First Amendment, which was approved in 1994 and includes all of this project area shown. The current PUD would allow for a maximum of 213 residential units to be built, and I'd like it noted that the memorandum states 183, and we recognize this error just prior to tonight's meeting. Would like that corrected for the record. The correct number of units should be 213. Next slide, please. The proposed PUD amendment includes identifying 5 distinct planning areas, an increase in the number of units permitted within the project area to 318, adding single-family attached as an allowed use, establishing a list of permitted uses for the commercial lot, a request to permit the existing home occupation waivers for the soccer facility and the residential barn to remain in effect, and a request for variances for specific development standards for the residential and the commercial uses. These are predominantly related to dimensions, lot dimensions, and setbacks. Next slide, please. The site development plan for the residential portion of this development includes 318 units. The project is designed with the larger, lower density units along the southern third of the site with increasing densities as you move north. There are 4 primary accesses to the development. 3 are along Aspen Street and the 4th is from Dillon Road. There is an access to the adjacent Watkey residential lot. This is near the northern half of the development. This is, just for clarification, not a vehicular access to open space. It is only a vehicular drive connection to the existing residential lot to the east. The Aspen Street improvements, as identified in the subdivision improvement agreement, include bike lane, curb and gutter, tree lawn, landscaping, and sidewalk along the entire project frontage abutting Aspen Street, and also installing a segment of curb and gutter and sidewalk south of the project to fill in what would have otherwise been a missing sidewalk gap. There is public land development, public land dedication proposed. The obligation for this project is just over 20 acres. The developer is providing 13.78 acres on site and utilizing 6.43 acres of the existing surplus public land dedication from the currently developed portion of Aspen Creek. The on-site dedication includes approximately 5 acres of green space consisting of the proposed wild pond, which is dedicated to Broomfield as open space and is surrounded by a public park. There is a final plat proposed, which includes the lots and tracks and dedicates easements, right-of-way, and tracks as necessary to be maintained and owned by the city and county of Broomfield. As mentioned, there is a request to amend the existing Metro District. The Metro District boundary is limited to this property, the Awida property, and does not include any of the existing Aspen Creek filings. The district was approved in 2018, and this amendment is just modifying the boundaries to remove a portion of the property no longer owned by the Awidas as a result of acquisitions for the Dillon Road project. There is, as was mentioned, the vesting agreement that's proposed. This vesting rights agreement would impact the final plat, PUD amendment, site development plan, and subdivision improvement agreement. The initial vesting term would be 5 years, with a second term of 5 years, which would automatically vest upon delivery of certain development milestones. The vesting agreement precludes city and county from modifying the plans without consent of the property owner. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted a letter of map revision request to FEMA, which was under review at the time the Planning and Zoning Commission considered this request. It was approved after Planning and Zoning Commission's consideration. The LOMAR, as we call it, has revised the portion of the floodplain map from Zone AE, a 100-year floodplain, to a Zone X, which is a 500-year floodplain. This is of note since Broomfield Municipal Code regulations do not, there are no Broomfield Municipal Code regulations related to the 500-year floodplain. Next slide, please. The development was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission in February of this year. The commission that night voted 4-0 to recommend denial of the project. This slide identifies the 6 findings of denial. The first and second were related to the floodplain concerns, but as mentioned, that was addressed by the applicant following the Planning and Zoning Commission's meeting. There are no longer any lots proposed within a floodplain. The third bullet was related to an insufficient amount of public land dedication. The applicant did not make any changes following P&Z, but noted in their response letter that was included with the staff memorandum that they are including almost 14 acres of on-site dedication and did have the proposal reviewed by the Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee as well as the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. The fourth bullet was related to the commercial area. Again, there were no changes made after Planning and Zoning Commission, but of note is that the site development plan for a commercial area will require additional public hearings in the future when it is considered. The fifth bullet was regarding 3-story buildings and the impact that that would have on views from Sheridan and to the east. There are again no changes since the Planning and Zoning Commission, but the applicant did provide view analysis from Sheridan. This was reviewed during one of their community meetings that happened in July. And as noted as part of that study, 2-story homes would also impact view of the mountains from that area. The final bullet was related to the southern buffer area not being adequate to protect the homes from the south. This area is wide enough to accommodate the pipe that is needed to pipe off-site flows from the west side of the site across this area and to the historic location for the flows to the southeast of the property. So it's not a surface consideration. The surface will be additional buffering in terms of space, but the buffer is wide enough to accommodate the necessary pipe to help with the historic offsite flows. Next slide, please. This slide just mentions that the public hearing notice requirements were met. There was an enhanced notification for City Council with a 2,000-foot mailing notice buffer. There was neighborhood outreach conducted. Noticing right now that there's a typo on that date for December 17th. It should be 2019 as it happened after concept review. And there were 2 key issues identified by staff in our staff report. The first was the need for a comprehensive plan land use map amendment that was previously discussed. And then the second key issue was the neighborhood concerns. Adjacent residents have shared a number of concerns regarding the development proposal. These included such issues as density increase, the public land dedication quantities, and the current floodplain conditions on the site. Copies of emails and letters and a survey were included in the correspondence for this project, both with the memo and the additional correspondence that was received in the link to the agenda. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. We'll go to the applicant next. And I would just say the applicant, we encourage, just as staff made a very brief presentation, if you could keep your presentation concise, it would be much appreciated by council. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record and prior to beginning their presentation?
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. My name is Ryan Awida, the applicant at 14100 Aspen Street. Thank you so much for having us tonight. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and fly through these slides, but we have our team available for any additional information or requests that you have. We've been waiting a long time to get to this point, and we're excited to be here and share our plans with you. I've watched every City Council session for the last 2 years. I've been so intrigued by watching it all evolve, especially with the new staff, new council, new issues, and new ordinances. I remember the first time that this graphic was shown, seeing what hundreds and hundreds of Broomfield residents wanted the vision of Broomfield for the future to look like. And to me, it's powerful, but there are words and then there's action. And we all know that action speaks a lot louder than words. If there's anything that I know from watching council, it's that the 5-minute timer goes off quite a bit, and you have a lot of words. But very much to your credit, these words are then backed up time and time again by action. There have been 3 programs that have taken lots of time and effort by many in this community to make transitions from words to actions, and those are sustainability, economic vitality, and housing. They can be complicated, controversial, and as we've learned, they can get tangled up with each other. And we're here today to share a plan so you can see how we blended those together into a special project for Broomfield. Next slide, please. We've been fortunate to be working with an awesome Colorado-only builder, Wonderland Homes. From day one, they've taught me about building communities where they get to know their neighbors, where people can go outside and interact, where kids can play. The front doors along this park node create an environment for relationships to form that and build a community. Broomfield has always had a great tradition of parks and open space amenities. This particular one piece of open space was always envisioned by the late Marilyn Wild, since before I was born. She used to walk me around the property and tell me about that this will be for the city one day. And she loved this pond, as it'll be named Wild Pond in her honor. Through multiple site visits with OSTAC and other members, and the help of Butterfly Pavilion, we found the right balance of improved and active areas for playgrounds and play lawns, while others are remaining more native and passive surrounding this beautiful pond. In coordination with OSTAC and the transportation group, we have a variety of trail connections in all directions, leading every which way, including down to the intersection of 287, Dillon, and Northwest Parkway right down the hill, and a 10-foot regional trail along the Frico Ditch. The single-family detached homes backing to the walkie open space will fit the traditional definition of beautiful in Broomfield. As requested by OSTAC, the neighborhood park will now have direct access and visibility to Aspen Street. And with a playground nestled between beautiful existing large trees and a shade structure overlooking the pond, it'll be a pretty great place to enjoy 360-degree views of the park. We've been fortunate to have the opportunity to work with Amy and the wonderful experts at the Butterfly Pavilion to improve our plant list, provide connected pollinator corridors, and even an enhanced wetlands. But sustainability is more than pollinators, the existing trees and wetlands. We have a sustainable site design that will allow for walkability to retail, options for multimodal transportation with over 5 miles of walks and trails, transportation access with potential for future growth. As first and last mile options are improved, I think those could come in handy. A photometric study has been done to minimize light pollution. We have low water palette, zero-scape, drip systems that all save gallons and gallons of water. And as far as architecture goes, Wonderland Homes is a leader in sustainable practices, from their HVAC design to their tankless water heaters and car charging stations as an option in every unit. They're Energy Star approved and more. The committees and staff were excited to see the changes after concept review with the additional open space that we added. We added multiple parks with more play equipment near the single family detached and attached areas, we increased the size of the pond neighborhood park, and following the modern requirement of 24 acres per 1,000 residents for the entire PUD. And just to be clear, we also surpassed the 40% requirement with plenty of room to spare. We've worked with the Housing Authority in multiple meetings to reach the goals and get unanimous approval from the Commission in a way that we address many of the needs identified in the Housing Needs Assessment, those released during the early planning process of this project. Opportunities for seniors to move down to a low-maintenance townhome, along with options for the workforce, service members, first-time homebuyers, with attainable units spread throughout the neighborhood. We have designed the development to allow for 10% of our units to average $334,000 at the market rate. The inclusive housing ordinance says that the purpose is to provide housing that is attainable and accessible to the community's residents and workforce. So that brings up accessibility. And we have 4 plans on the townhomes shown in your screen right here. And the 2 ends are ranch plans. And one of the 2 middles is a main floor master. So the 3-story, so 3 of the 4 units have main floor masters. And also, just to be clear, the 3-story units have an accessibility benefit as well, if you don't believe it or not. They have an extra closet on each floor that can be converted or built as an elevator for those looking to age in place or have accessibility for guests and family. I love that many Broomfield residents chose fun as one of their words to describe the future vision of Broomfield. All of us need a reminder to have some fun and enjoy things every once in a while. The rooftop terrace is a good example of this. The Broomfield Housing Advisory Committee worked to review Broomfield's planning processes and zoning to streamline affordable housing development and encourage housing diversity. A diverse housing stock is exactly what the new Broomfield Housing Authority was built for, with a mission statement that says a variety of housing programs to meet diverse and changing needs of Broomfield residents. We designed our program not only to provide attainable units, but we did it with them blending into the full development within single buildings and across multiple product types, so that you have a unit in the 3s next to a unit in the 5s, touching, and not just in one concentrated location, but spread throughout the development. This is how we believe a true, inclusive, attainable home ownership model should be done. We believe our path provides socioeconomic opportunities and community acceptance opportunities, and those residents deserve the right to walk the same paths, play in the same park, and deserve the same open space and attend the same schools. Neighborhood amenities are one place to build economic vitality. We're continuing to work with you to build a retail corner that will provide neighborhood amenities that enhance the way we live, work, play, and eat. A neighborhood center that was actually shown at this location on the 2005 comprehensive plan. The park we added adjacent to the retail will provide great walkability opportunity for food trucks and other ways to mix retail with the great outdoors. By adding front doors facing the ditch, it's now celebrated with open space nodes to pull off and play a game or even people watch. The neighborhood mixes Broomfield culture with beautiful open space and parks, with options for space right out your front door, where parents can sit on the porch where the kids do some old-fashioned play without calendar invites and sign-up genius like it used to be. There's a term out there called smart growth. It has many principles, a couple of them: a mix of land uses, compact building design, range of housing opportunities and choices, walkable neighborhoods. Those are a few of their main principles. With the options of first-time buyers and seniors, we also wanted to have families have a chance too for a true lifestyle cycle community. This rendering is a good example of that. Just as argument for fun, it's nice to have so many adjacent open spaces to allow for peaceful walks and views. We're really excited to welcome those to Broomfield. We've listened to Broomfield's vision for smart growth with those 3 big topics I was talking about: sustainability, economic vitality, and inclusive housing. We happily married those with the premium, open space, parks and trails, and infrastructure improvements. But neighborhood continuity needs to be addressed as much as any. First part of the neighborhood feedback we received is about density. It's interesting when you look at the diagram how similar the density is to the northwest corner of Broadlands. But from an overall density standpoint, the Aspen Creek POD will only be 2.91 units per acre after the proposed plan. That's a pretty low number. After the concept review, we dropped the number of units and added lots of open space amenities. One of the big moves we made was transitioning the density. So we added semi-custom homes adjacent to the existing Aspen Creek on larger lots, added a 30-foot buffer, kept the 2 estate lots. We also made sure to transition the heights away from Aspen Street and from Dillon by staggering the units and adding a park on Dillon. We understand that the neighborhood concerns are with the 3-story units. We love the 3-story units and are confident that they're an asset for the neighborhood. With smart growth criteria, they hit all kinds of boxes. And outside of all the future residents will be excited to enjoy the rooftop decks, they're critical for more open space and affordable housing. Not only will there be attainable units in those buildings for service members and teachers, they'll allow us to use more land for a senior attainable option. That's a ranch plan. That's only possible in tandem with a 3-story unit. Those ranches will dip as attainable and, double dip as attainable and accessible, which is pretty important. And even though many residents have showed support for them, we understand that we need to make sure we do everything possible to minimize any negative impacts. So we placed them in locations that wouldn't block any views from Broadlands other than what a 2-story home would have blocked. We moved them central and north to properly match the Dillon Road condition, and we added lots of parking and open space to service those units. Another portion of the infrastructure is capacity. Our traffic engineer is available for specific questions, but generally we modified the access points to help improve traffic on both Dillon and Aspen. From neighborhood requests, we removed the Dillon Road connection, and we also, as Anna noted, added the Waukee connection, along with improving Aspen Street, like she noted as well, including the additional sidewalk. BVSD is ready for our kids to attend Aspen Creek and BHS. Without changing open enrollment, they'll still be below capacity with the 2020 revised numbers they provided. The drainage concerns will thankfully be improved with the development. Outside the Lomer, we're handling the off-site flows of the pipe that Anna was referencing, and it's released at the historic location. So any flood concerns from the contributing basin will be taken immediately past those homes. And the 30-foot buffer, just to clarify, is only to handle half of the drainage from the adjacent lots from the semi-custom homes. So the rear of those lots drains into that buffer. The rest of the drainage from the entire development goes into the detention, which will be nice because it actually is released at less than historic rates. So Aspen Creek will be better off with drainage after the proposed development than they are today. As discussed prior, we've been learning about the severity and urgency of the issues we're facing. They're quite global as well. And as you know, these issues are kind of overwhelming. And there's pushback, there's resistance, fear of change. I get it. As one council member once wisely stated, the status quo isn't working, doing nothing isn't the answer. We spent years fine-tuning this proposal to consider all the options, and we couldn't be more excited to present it to you tonight. We have an incredible team to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. So we'll move to public comments, and there are 22 people in the queue. And those are that are, you have to hit star 3 if you're not in the queue yet. You're each going to get 3 minutes to speak on the subject. But if somebody's already made your point, just agree with it. You don't necessarily have to take all the 3 minutes, so we can make it through all the comments and have council's discussion, immediately after that. So let's go ahead and start out with Timothy Davis. I'm saying your name, but I'll say the neighborhood you're in, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Tim Davis. I live in Aspen Creek. Thank you for listening to my opinions about the Dillon Point project based on my 29 years living in Broomfield and 18 years in Aspen Creek. Dillon Point's theme, like all large developments, is privatize the profit, socialize the expenses. Our personal experience with this theme is based on the actual development of the original Aspen Creek filings. The developer did not follow the site development plan. The city was unable to hold their feet to the fire. Grading based on stereoscopic evaluation was done improperly, resulting in drainage issues that could have been corrected at a cost of $30,000, but nobody wanted to pay for it. Our builder constructed 40 homes in 1 year, only had one supervisor on site, and cut corners. Our builder left us with a lawsuit that lasted 4 years. We are still finding home construction issues 18 years later. Lobbyists have constructed Colorado law to favor developers and builders to avoid liability and place it all on the independent contractors to do the actual work. It is nearly impossible to be made whole without substantial resources and time. In my opinion, this massive project and a documented history of contentious behavior by the Awida family will follow the same pattern. Note already, liability shelters are already inserted. For example, the recent question and answer session gave answers from Ryan Awida with statements like, "This should help mitigate drainage issues." There is no warranty, only a guess, a should. To avoid a slow-moving disaster over the next quarter century that hurts Broomfield's reputation and harms homeowners, council should not approve this project unless the Awida family, heirs, successors, and assigns are held personally responsible for any failures in this project over the next 25 years. When they are fully tapped out, next in line would be Aspen Street Land LLC, the Redlands developer, Wonderland home builders, architects, engineers, and finally the insurance underwriters. There should be no way to sidestep direct liability through fine print and home purchase agreements. Without this direct liability coverage in place, the temptation to cut corners in the favor of profit will be overwhelming, as was the case in our experience. You've heard and will hear about many technical issues that are far from resolved except through flowery language. It is easy to hear about and see pretty details presented by professionals designed to sway you. Instead, at a minimum, I respectfully encourage each council member to take the time to fully understand all the technical and legal details in the 62-sheet Dillon Point site development plan before voting to proceed. For reference, the original Aspen Creek SDP, which I have rolled out on my floor, is 12 pages for
Hey,
7
Tim,
filings.
I need you to wrap
The
up.
developer did not do everything in it. 2 more points. Clearly, the city staff will not have the resources. Remember, privatize the profit, socialize the expenses is the theme of this development. Thank you for your time. I will take questions from council if desired.
Okay. We have Art next. Art, state your name and in your neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
All right. Well, thanks, Mayor Quinn and other council members. I'm Art Nobles. I'm a 20-year plus resident of Broomfield in the Broomfield Heights neighborhood. And I'm calling in to express support for this Aspen Creek Dillon Point of development. I have a pretty basic view on this. My view is that it's private land, will be developed eventually, given its great prime location. And since it will be developed, I think it's important that it be developed according to high standards that residents of Broomfield have set for themselves. And as I've reviewed the plan, in my view, it has definitely accomplished this. As I've reviewed the plan, I see it's a good compromise among single-family residences, moderately priced housing, parks, trails with open space. Trails and open space part of the plan are important to the quality of life in Broomfield. I really support the moderately priced housing aspects of this development. As we all know, housing prices have gotten so high in Broomfield that several of my children who have gone to Broomfield High School, they can't even afford to live in this city. I think the city needs to have more availability of moderately priced housing, and this development provides for that. I also welcome the modest amount of commercial development included in the plan. Currently, there isn't really much commercial shopping in this section of town. We have to go basically over to 120th. We're on Highway 287 or further down on 144th to shop. It would be convenient to have some commercial development in this area. I see overall that this plan is well thought out. It's a multi-use development that will benefit a lot of diverse people. Again, thank you for the time to express support for this development.
Thank you. We have Yolanda next. Please state your name and your neighborhood, and then you have 3 minutes. Yolanda?
I love this community, and when I purchased my house, hello?
You're on. Go ahead.
Oh, and when I purchased my house, I knew that the land north of Aspen Creek would be developed eventually due to the original PUD. Aspen Creek has 366 homes. Dillon Point proposes 318 homes, nearly the same number as Aspen Creek, but on 1/3 of the land. And this is the wrong development for this location. I have to disagree with the prior caller. People want to live in Broomfield because of the quality, which includes open space, well thought out neighborhoods, and a master plan with flood mitigation. Broomfield should be thinking of its brand and shouldn't want to look like other highly dense suburbs of Denver, which is going to be solely concrete and tar. The fundamental problems continue to exist with this PUD. Ryan Awita hasn't fixed anything. He states that it's required, the density is required so that Broomfield's housing needs for seniors, first-time home buyers, and affordable homes for people who live and work in Broomfield. But let's be clear, this isn't going to help those groups because the density is going to solely improve his profit margin. Only the 3-story homes are less than $350K. And these homes are not likely to be purchased by seniors that want single-level ranch-style homes with bedrooms on the first floor. To make matters worse, these homes are located in the Aspen Creek Metropolitan Taxing District, where Ryan and his family are directors and can just increase the taxes without any vote from the individuals living in the taxing district. You know, lower income families in other metro taxing districts have lost their homes this way. To make matters worse, this PUD is not listed on the Broomfield Voice site, and so it is not one of those proposed PUDs for low income or attainable housing. Ryan has a nice spiel about it, but it's not on it. These homes are not deed restricted, and so they will not remain affordable for the next home buyer. Second, Ryan has asked Boulder County School District to reduce the number of out-of-school districts children that are allowed to register at Aspen Creek. Aspen Creek's already overcrowded. I don't know how they're going to accommodate all the 130 new kids that come from these homes. Broomfield, or our mill levies, are going to go up in Boulder County so that they will have to be able to expand Aspen Creek. Ryan's not paying for that. We are as homeowners. Third, Ryan has just previously stated that he's dedicating more public land than in filing 8 than the existing.
Hey, Yolanda, I need you to wrap up.
Well, I would suggest, and I ask, that Broomfield Council vote no on this. Make Ryan put in the entire 20 acres of public land dedication that he is required to do so. These are 2 different filings and completely different developments.
So,
thank you.
Brenna is next. Brenna, state your name and your neighborhood, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brenna, and I live in the cottages at the Broadlands. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak tonight. I want to voice my support of the Aspen Creek development. The cottages where I live are a pretty dense neighborhood of townhomes and condos. I think you actually saw that in the presentation earlier. And I have heard that there's opposition to the density of the new development in Aspen Creek, but as someone who currently lives in a more dense neighborhood, I don't really see any problems with it. There's no issues with traffic or parking, and in fact, I don't, based on the plans, it looks like that they are taking into consideration the density of the neighborhood and adding additional parks and trails around. And on top of that, having a neighborhood like the one that I live in creates a peaceful and tight-knit community, and the play lawns between the houses, which is another feature of Aspen Creek, offer children a safe place to play instead of near streets where cars will be. One of the downsides of living in the cottages is that we don't really have access to open space and parks and trails. Although there is some, we're near the Lake Link Trail. Most of our open space in this area is taken up by the golf course. And as someone who takes walks almost every day, it's basically a waste of space as far as I'm concerned, because I can't use the golf course for walking. So I really look forward to having increased access to trailed parks, which is part of the Aspen Creek plan. And as an earlier speaker noted, the additional commercial options and the variety of the neighborhood is really a plus to me as far as it mixes open space and residential and commercial. And I would like to see more of that in the area. I think that would really enhance the neighborhood. So I would like to encourage council to support the Aspen Creek filing because I think it'll be a great improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenna. Jeff, identify yourself in your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeff Rader. I live in McKay Landing, and I just want to thank you, City Council. I am calling in support of this project. I think, firstly, there was an email that was written by, I think, one of my neighbors here in McKay that compared this proposed neighborhood to McKay Landing, and I very much agree with that. Second, I attended the concept hearing back in 2018, and I guess I was impressed that those concerns have been addressed. You know, I think from the council, the boards, the residents, I believe most of the concerns have been completely resolved, and those that haven't been completely resolved have at least been minimized. And that's really the point of the concept review. It's to give the developer feedback so they know what has to be done to kind of move the project along and where they spend their time, where they spend their money to finally get the entitlements for the project. You know, at the end, I guess I support the project. I respect the changes that have been made to address the concerns, and it still meets what I would consider the vibrancy of Broomfield and the residents and the community as a whole. Thank you for allowing me to share my opinion.
Thank you, Jeff. Pamela, you're next. Identify yourself in your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
For having me, Mayor and council members, and thanks for your service. My name is Pamela Subry, and I have been a Broomfield resident for 9.5 years. I've lived in the Wildgrass and Silverleaf neighborhood. I'm also a real estate agent with RE/MAX and have been for 20 years, and our team does a significant amount of business in the city of Broomfield. When we heard Wonderland was going to build another neighborhood in Broomfield, we've been looking forward to this current projected plan for the community. We're excited to support a new planned community for many reasons. We have a wonderful previous experience selling and reselling Wonderland homes and communities in the past. They have excellent quality and workmanship and service. As a real estate agent, we are running across this often where we just need more diverse, affordable, and moderate products in the area because people who work here or nearby want to live here and they just can't afford to. My youngest daughter lived in an older Wonderland patio home in Redleaf and wanted to do a move up to get a yard, but couldn't afford to buy in Broomfield, so purchased in Erie because it was more affordable. In fact, we've moved at least a dozen families to Erie in the last year that would have chosen Broomfield if it was more affordable. I think we have to adapt to diverse demand, and I would look forward to approving this project. I pulled a few quick stats on newer homes, meaning 10 years or newer. And in 2020, the average price for a home in Broomfield that's less than 10 years old is $631,395. In 2015, that price was $508. In 2010, that was $368. So I just don't feel like we can have 600K plus mega homes in Broomfield and be satisfied with that. We need this diversity of this plan. The location is fabulous. The builder is great. And I encourage council and staff to support this project. And I also just want to know, I haven't been to one of these meetings or one of these calls since the whole fracking shenanigans. And I appreciate all of your service. It is really extensive and complex. And as a Broomfield resident, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Robin, you're next. Identify yourself and your neighborhood, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Robin Cunningham, and I reside in Aspen Creek, about a block from the proposed development. I've lived in Aspen Creek for 18 years, and actually I'm also a broker for 40 years. In December of 2018, Dillon Point was presented to City Council. City Council made numerous suggestions, along with homeowners in Aspen Creek, that were mostly ignored by the developer, with the exception of the Quail Ridge. The developer did decrease the number of homes to 318 because they decided to keep their home and soccer barn. The developer also increased the 48-foot, 3-story townhomes from 86 to 143. One of the reasons that the developer is not pursuing the development as a standalone project is due to the savings of $421,000 for open space. The development is currently planned for 13.78 acres in open space and is requesting a credit of 7.53 acres from Aspen Creek. A standalone project would require 20.21 acres. Broomfield currently values cash in lieu at $56,000 per acre. Aspen Creek has similar lots and home sizes throughout the neighborhood, one HOA for all 350 homes, a handful of 3-story homes as Broomfield discouraged those being built, and no metropolitan district. There is no similarity to Dillon Point. Ryan Awita stated the development is similar to Broadland neighborhood at Sheridan and 144th, which is true. However, to the north of the development, to the Northwest Parkway are acreage homes, open space, and other single-family homes. To the east of the development, to Sheridan, is open space. To the west, to Highway 287, are estate homes, single-family homes, and open space, and to the south are single-family homes. None of the surrounding neighborhoods have 6,500 square foot lots, which are the largest lots that will be in Dillon Point. The only exception is the Country Estates patio home of Enclave of 39 homes. Ryan Awita also stated in the planning and zoning meeting of this year that they had already spent $1 million. Actually, they have spent at least $4 million because they purchased the property to the north for $3 million in February 2018. The city had tried to purchase the property for open space for many years, but unfortunately for Broomfield, the Awita family was able to outbid the city. James Awita stated to one of my neighbors that if he ever built a 2-story home with a walkout basement, it would be a monstrosity and affect the value of his home. Unfortunately, Mr. Awita is not concerned with the effect of his development will have on Aspen Creek and surrounding neighborhoods. In fact, 3 of my neighbors that abut to the Awita property have sold their homes and
Robin, I need to wrap up.
Yes, sir?
I need you to wrap up.
Okay. One more paragraph. In the 10 years of the Planning and Zoning Commission has presented with 357 items, 337 approved and 20 denied. Of the 20 denied, City Council has approved 4, one of which was the variance for the soccer barn owned by the Awitas. Thank you very much for your time, and I request you to deny the application. Thank you.
Next, we have John. John, identify yourself in your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes. John? Is John there? Let's go to April. Is John there? Okay, let's go ahead and go to April.
Okay.
Hello, my name is April Schofield. I live in Aspen Creek. I'm a Colorado native and a teacher. I do not support this project. I wish the applicant had simply presented a concept which met the rules, because I like aspects of the plan, like the walking paths, parks, pond, even the variety of housing types to allow people to transition to homes within the neighborhood. There may be people in this audience who simply don't want a neighborhood there at all, but I think most of us are okay with it. What we object to is the barely veiled attempt to take advantage of our neighborhood, our residents, and even the future residents of that neighborhood in order to line the Aweda's pockets. The new residents will pay extremely high property taxes, have very small lots, and a proportion of open space inconsistent with Broomfield's guidelines. They'll also apparently have a soccer business buried in the corner of their neighborhood, leading to a bunch of cars speeding down a maze of residential streets as parents rush to get their kids to soccer on time. Because the taxing district bought the soccer barn, these residents will also be paying to maintain that barn for its entire existence. One Aspen Creek resident said it very well at the Planning and Zoning meeting back in February. If the proposal was more in line with neighboring communities and not trying to fit a square plug into a round hole, the vast majority of people would not be here tonight. The conclusion from the Planning Commission was clear and was not the result of just one or two small issues that needed to be fixed. Each commission member identified multiple fundamental problems with the application, from density to building style to parking to the soccer business. The applicant was encouraged to step back and decide what they were ultimately trying to achieve. They chose not to do that and instead come here with barely any changes and fundamentally fail to address those issues. The Planning Commission was not against development here or this applicant's ability to exercise their rights as landowners. But they were clear that this effort, this plan, this request for the city and county to approve so many variances is not the right one. Therefore, when you make your decision tonight, please take this into account. Please do not approve this proposal just because they updated the window dressing on this inappropriate proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, April. Rebecca, identify yourself for the record, and then we'll give you 3 minutes, and we'll go to John then after that. Rebecca?
Is this for Rebecca Allen?
Yes. Yes. Identify yourself, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rebecca. Yes, this is Rebecca Allen. I live in Aspen Creek. Our home currently is on Starview Drive. We back up to the property. I oppose the plan as proposed, something that, from our point of view, we are the only houses that directly back up to this development. And when I look at the map, I see that there's adequate protection around the Weeda's current home. There's a park buffering on the south side of their home, and the view looking west of their home is straight out to the mountains behind the houses that they're proposing, the semi-custom homes. I just ask that with the current plan that we get the same adequate protection with some kind of bigger buffer than what they're offering between our current homes, just like they've provided for their own home. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Rebecca. John, we'll go back to you now that you're back on the line. State your name and the neighborhood for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I heard the button this time, so hopefully you can hear me. I'm John Cunningham. I'm an Aspen Creek resident. And after hearing the comments from the staff and the developer's excellent presentation, I wrote a speech, but after hearing all that, I've decided to drop it. You know, planning and zoning has denied the PUD amendment 4-0. I mean, we pay these people to honor the city's requirements for developments, and so you're basically, if you're thinking about approving this, you're going against the staff that you pay to make sure all this stuff is done correctly. The developer's presentation, which I said was excellent, is similar to ones that I've made. I've been in this business for over 43 years, and those kind of presentations are excellent to planning and zoning. after staff has given you some approvals and you're going to planning and zoning to get approval, I would do that same presentation to City Council on approved plans, not plans that your own staff has denied. So what I think should be done, based on everything I've done in the past, this needs to be sent back to the developer for him to go back and sit down with staff and work out a plan that makes the city's requirements, in addition to all the stuff that my neighbors have commented on. So I thank you for the time to make this speech, and hope you will deny the plan and send it back to the developer.
Okay. John, I'm going to make a point that Planning and Zoning is a citizens committee. They're not paid. They're not staff. I just want to clarify that for the record. Para, you are next. State your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tara Acton, and I'm an Aspen Creek homeowner, and I oppose the amendment before the City Council tonight. I bought into the Aspen Creek neighborhood knowing that the PUD applied to the undeveloped area under consideration. A new development was permitted and would likely occur at some point. However, there is little resemblance between the amendment submitted and the currently approved PUD. Mr. and Mrs. Ueda are seeking a drastic amendment to the PUD with no explanation for why this amendment is necessary, except that's what they want. The density they seek to build is out of character for this part of Broomfield. While it might be fine to have high density and 3-story townhomes elsewhere, as a homeowner in this PUD, I had an expectation of what would be built in the PUD I chose to buy into. The Uedas are one homeowner in a PUD of hundreds of homeowners. They should not be granted this amendment. They knew the PUD rules when they bought their property. They have opposed minor PUD amendments in the past, yet here they seek 22 variances to the Broomfield Municipal Code and Aspen Creek PUD. They can build a diversity of housing types at a lower density and stay closer to the currently approved PUD. They are just choosing to be greedy and cram as many houses into the space as they can get away with. We, Aspen Creek homeowners, should have a voice in how our PUD is amended, and I speak for many who oppose this corruption of our PUD. Additionally, staff's memo, which says that the Uedas can use the surplus open space in our part of Aspen Creek for their minimum public land dedication obligation, is misguided. Staff says a credit from one filing to another within a master plan development is not uncommon. This is not a master plan development. We are looking at 2 portions of Aspen Creek developed decades apart. There is no architectural continuity. There is no continuity to the density. There will be no driving connection between the current neighborhood and the planned neighborhood. There should be no consideration. This is one master plan development, like Anthem, as suggested in the staff memo. No one will see these related as in any way. They should not be able to use 7 acres of surplus open land in the developed part of Aspen Creek to meet their minimum obligations. Most of the comments that supporters have stated tonight, we agree with. Some diversity is fine. Some density is fine. Affordable homes are fine. The problem we have is that they're jamming way too many homes into this space and just trying to make more money. Thank you, and I ask that the City Council deny this amendment to the Aspen Creek PUD.
Thank you, Para. David Acton, you're next. State your name and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yeah, David Acton. I live in Aspen Creek on Willowwood Court. We are Aspen Creek residents and would like to provide some historical context to this issue. You should have a copy of my words in your packet for this evening. In 2010, my wife and I sought to build a 2-story home with walkout basement on the last lot in Aspen Creek. This required a modification to the site development plan and a hearing at City Council. Jim Ueda, the owner of the Dillon Point land, came to City Council at that time and railed against our 2-story proposal. He claimed the house would be a monstrosity that would, quote, look like a castle, would tower over our property, and severely affect his view and property value. He said, quote, it's totally unacceptable to us for the city to allow any zoning or variance changes to the north setbacks of this lot. I should note that this was a very minor variance request, yet Mr. Ueda insisted that absolutely no variance be allowed. If that's the case, then he certainly should not propose something even taller in this new neighborhood. Furthermore, City Council definitely should not approve 22 separate variances on an entire development with 318 homes. At that time, Mr. Ueda had two major arguments. One, that a homeowner should not be allowed to change an ordinance if it would negatively affect their neighbor's property value. And two, we all need to play by the existing rules of our PUDs. Now he's coming to the city asking to violate both of those because it happens to be in his financial interest. I will note that within 3 months of that city council meeting, Mr. Ueda broke ground on his own 2-story walkout home, just the kind he despised during that meeting. Here are a few other events. In April 2001, City Council was concerned they were being asked to approve his site plan without assurance of what the home would look like on the property. Mr. Ueda said they would build a barn to live in temporarily while they built a nice country estate-style home. What did they do next? They built their 12,000 square foot metal barn and lived there for over 10 years with not so much as a grain of dirt being moved for that country estate-style home. In April 2001, Jim Ueda told the City Council he was working with Broomfield Open Space on a trail connection through his property. Over 19 years later, there is still no trail. In 2012, 2 years after insisting that no variances be allowed for homeowners, Mr. Ueda and his son came to City Council asking to run a full-up soccer business on his land, which was zoned as agricultural. They did not ask for it to be rezoned commercial, they just wanted to bend all the rules. In 2012, the Uedas explicitly told City Council they would give up the soccer business waiver when they developed the parcel. 8 years later, they came to planning and zoning and said, on second thought, maybe not, we'd like to continue the business. In summary, the Uedas will literally tell you anything they think you want to hear, even if you do think their still-in-point plan is appropriate, despite all the concerns being voiced this evening. My caution to you is that you will not get what you see. Homes will be priced higher. The commercial lot will contain whatever business offers them the most cash. Who knows what ponds or parks will actually end up in development. And I seriously doubt there will be a butterfly pollinator. Okay, one more sentence. We fully accept there will be a neighborhood to the north. We just want it to follow the established rules. After all, following those rules is what Mr. Ueda himself has stated is so important.
Let's go to Janine. I'm going to contribute. We still have 14 in the queue. I need you, you need to cut your comments to 3 minutes. So please cut your comments to 3 minutes because I'm not going to allow anybody to go beyond 3 minutes, after this point. So, Janine, you're next. State your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Janine. I live in the Aspen Creek neighborhood. I'm a homeowner here of 16 years. And tonight I'd like to ask the council to please not approve an amendment to the PUD, to not approve commercial space in a development, and to not grant the 22 variances against the municipal code that the Uedas are asking for. I'd like to offer my thoughts on the affordable housing ruse. The idea of affordable housing, attainable housing, is very important. And Aspen Creek actually has a variety of home sizes and variety of prices, and diversity is positive for our community. However, if low-priced housing is the developer's goal, then why do they insist on both only allocating 31 homes to this, only 10% of their development, and creating a huge number of other very expensive homes? And according to them, in the questions that they answered, some homes will even be priced at $1 million. Many will be in the $600,000 range, but only 10% will be affordable. Why can't they simply build the variety of homes they describe, but at a density level which is consistent with the PUD and Aspen Creek Code? The answer is money, plain and simple. And although we live in a capitalistic society and a developer's primary goal is to make money, it just doesn't try to go with some sort of noble sense of duty of affordable housing. If you really believe in providing Broomfield affordable housing, then go ahead and do it. Own it. Do it properly. Build 183 homes that are allowed on this land with 12 acres of open space that should be there, and simply accept that you'll make less money. Don't burden the future residents with special taxing district. Don't design a neighborhood of 318 homes with only 50 parking spots for visitors. Don't design it with 0 cul-de-sacs just so you can squeeze those homeowners even closer together in dead-end streets. On the other hand, if you want to be upfront and admit this is simply about making a bunch of money off your land, then go ahead and own that. Don't expect Broomfield residents to bend over backwards, giving 22 variances against the municipal code and putting existing homeowners at risk of flooding just to satisfy your wishes. The whole project does not say affordable housing. To me, it says, how can we make the most money by taking advantage of everyone else and giving up nothing in the process? The Zoning Commission saw right through this. City Council, will you do the right thing? Do not allow the PUD to be amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Tom, you're next. Identify yourself and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Tom Walker Braddock. I live in McKay Landing, which is just south of 144th around Kenai. I support this proposal. My family has lived in Broomfield since the 1990s. We're actually economic refugees from Boulder. We moved here precisely because of the affordable housing. I graduated from Broomfield High School in the year 2000, and then I was out of state for 15 years. 2 years ago, my wife and I and our kids moved back to Broomfield, and we could barely afford housing here, despite having a two-person income. And I'm really concerned that when my kids grow up, they won't be able to afford to live in Broomfield. This proposal provides a variety of household options that we don't currently have in Broomfield that would allow one family to stay in the same neighborhood for the entire life cycle, from owning a starter home to moving to a single-family home when they have kids to moving to a patio home when they're empty nesters. There's not very many Broomfield communities that offer that option. Yes, it's not exactly like the development to the south, but if you go back and you look on aerials from Google Earth, back in 1993, there wasn't much development north of 136. Broomfield has stated that we want affordable housing. The way you get affordable housing is to build more housing to increase supply. Please don't say, yes, we want affordable housing, but not in this development, not this development. If we want affordable housing, we have to build housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And so next we have Kevin. Kevin, identify yourself for the record and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Kevin and I live in Aspen Creek. As previously noted tonight, the plan proposed by the WEDAs requires you to approve 22 variances to the Broomfield Municipal Code. The code establishes uniform subdivision standards for building heights, lot sizes, and setbacks. And as best as I can tell, the WEDAs seek a variance to every standard for medium density housing in the Broomfield Municipal Code. For example, the front setbacks are reduced by half or more, meaning that the homes will be very near the road. Additionally, they seek a variance to go beyond the maximum height limit by 13 feet to permit their 3-story townhomes. The Broomfield Municipal Code permits variances for good cause shown. So the question becomes, what rationale do the WEDAs have for their non-conforming plan? As to the setback reductions, they say street scene is improved with architecture pulled close to the street. For the monstrous 3-story townhomes, they say that, in quotes, the townhome requires a variance to provide a unique housing option and rooftop patios. We have standards in Broomfield for a reason. I believe that the neighborhoods should look a certain way, even in a higher density development. Please tell the WEDAs tonight that they have not shown good cause to disregard our Broomfield Municipal Code. In other materials, the WEDAs mention how well the tallest townhomes have done in Superior Town Center. Obviously, this is not Superior Town Center. That development contains a large amount of shopping, restaurants, entertainment, even hotels. 3-story townhomes with rooftop patios may be appropriate for such a development, maybe even Broomfield or Ritz neighborhood, but not this one. We're surrounded by low-density, single-family homes. So let's please not compare the two. Also, let's be clear when we're talking about these townhomes. They are not 3-story townhomes. They are 46-foot tall, 4-story townhomes. The WEDA's own plans clearly show the rooftop terraces are not simple open spaces. Each have a full 1-story structure on top, making them effectively a 4-story building. Just as Jim Awida claimed back in 2001 that a 2-story home with a walkout basement is a 3-story monstrosity. he needs to be clear about what he's proposing here. It's a 4-story home. This is not what the Broomfield Municipal Code permits. As others have said, I do not oppose development on this property. I want a development that more closely matches the surrounding neighborhood styles and meets the standards of the municipal code. Thank you for your time tonight. I ask you to deny the PUD amendment and the 22 variances sought by the developer.
Thank you, Kevin. Tom, you're next. Identify yourself in your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Quinn, council members. My name is Colonel Tom Capoletti. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I, along with many of my fellow residents in Aspen Creek, are vehemently opposed to any PUD amendment in favor of the proposed development by the Ueda family and Dillon Point and their LLC and their Metropolitan Taxing District. I have heard so many things tonight that I can't even begin to believe, but we have residents outside of our neighborhood, either Broadlands, Aspen Creek, Pony Estates, or Country Estates, supporting a issue. I'd like to know how much Ryan and Mr. Jim Ueda paid them to talk. Art, Brenna, Pamela. Pamela pulls up spurious real estate arguments, which my neighbor, Robin Cunningham, pointed out that are not even germane to the issue. The open space issue, taking X number of acres of our land to include in his plan, is completely disingenuous and is not, and I repeat, not the Broomfield way. The words of former city manager, rest his soul, George DeCicero, it does not follow the Broomfield way. We do not grant carte blanche to a developer to one day, as my neighbors have pointed out, disagree with a variance and then submit for 22 variances. Mr. Ueda has some Svengali-like approach with the city council and or the town of Broomfield. When it suits him not to have a house built, the house does not get built. When it suits him to build 300 houses on 40% of the land we have in Aspen Creek, well, we'll look at the plan he puts forward, and Ryan, makes a presentation today. You think it's the best thing since sliced bread. As Janine pointed out, there is no affordable housing. It's less than 10%. It's a ruse. It's a canard. It's a curveball to the city council to address an issue, yes, that should be addressed in the town of Broomfield. We do not need more retail in North Broomfield. There's empty storefronts over at the Safeway on 144. Once again, I am, and my neighbors in Aspen Creek, the taxpayers of Broomfield, the voters of Broomfield. It is not the Broomfield way. We are against the amendment. Listen to the zoning commission. They voted 4-0 against this development, and please follow their guidance. That is good leadership. That is good stewardship of our town. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Tom. Dave, you're next. Identify yourself and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Dave Shervin. I live in the Aspen Creek neighborhood, and I don't need all 3 minutes. I tend to agree with my neighbors that the 22 variances requested with this development is egregious, and that the Planning and Zoning Commission denied the plan with no material changes since then, as we're sitting here at the City Council meeting today. So I would urge the City Council to vote against this PUD amendment, and that's all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Mark, you're next.
Yeah, I live in Aspen Creek. I back up to Dr. Markle's open space. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes? Yeah, thank you for your time. Also, thank you for your service to the community. I'm not going to rehash what some of my fellow friends in the Broomfield community have already stated. I'm just asking the City Council to follow Planning and Zoning's decision, a 4-0 recommendation not to approve this development and send it back to the developer. The density issues are out of scope, out of size, but there's one thing that kind of caught my eye kind of last second when the 365-page document was posted was, the Wotage properties utility variance. I think at the beginning, staff made a presentation and reiterated, I'd like to hear that again, that there's going to be no public streets going through open space, because I think that sets a very bad precedent for future open space projects. And I'd also like to kind of know the intent for why that variance is there for utilities. But also, if you look at the site development plan that they submitted, it looks like it says residential and vehicular traffic at the east side of the proposed development. And I'm not sure what vehicular traffic means or why the Wilkies would allow a street going through their property that is family owned. Also, I'd like to know the intention of the Wilkie family if they plan on selling that 5-acre parcel to AWIDA for future development, or what their plans were. So anyway, I recommend you guys to deny this proposal from Dillon Point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kim, you're next.
Hi, I'm Kim Tosi, and I live at 5843 Starview Drive. My property is directly to the south of the Dillon Point proposal. First, let me say that I'm in agreement with all my neighbors. We kind of divided up some stuff to talk about, so I don't want to rehash what they've talked about. I'm respectfully asking that you do not approve this proposal. At the 2018 concept review meeting, most council members were not in favor of the project as proposed. One of the biggest issues was the lack of open space, which I know we've talked about several times tonight. But Ryan did say that they have their 40% with room to spare, and I disagree. A lot of that comes from our Aspen Creek open space, and I don't think that they should be using that. Back in that meeting when the city, one of the council members, I don't remember who, asked if the city could require that the developer have more open space. Kevin Stanbridge commented that while the developer is asking for concessions to be made to the existing PUD, the city of Broomfield should be allowed to do the same. And I'm asking that the city exercise that right and require this developer to allow for the whole open space requirement of their 21.9 acres. And I'm also curious if the developer's existing plan of 6.9 acres of other open lands included the very generous buffer of land around the AWIDA's private residence and barn, because obviously private land shouldn't be counted in those figures. I'm very concerned with the floodplain since my house sits at a low point behind this project. Ryan spoke about a 30-foot swale that would be directly behind my property and used for drainage. I'm not real sure what a swale is, but I think it's a sort of natural drainage ditch. I've seen these behind country estates, but with far more generous spacing than 30 feet. I know that the property has received a letter of map revision from FEMA, but I'm not real comfortable with the results considering the developer paid the engineering company to obtain those findings. I'm wondering if Broomfield hired an independent firm to make sure the findings were accurate. I certainly can't afford to do that, but I'm requesting that the city place our property rights ahead of a developer just trying to cram in as many houses in this area with no regard for anyone else and to the possible detriment of existing properties. I'm asking that the city require at least a 75-foot buffer to allow more space for drainage since all of the houses and streets will cause higher flooding issues. This buffer would be a great place to come up with that additional open space requirement. I'm also requesting that the developer purchase flood insurance for at least 10 years for all of us backing to that old floodplain. If they're so sure that there's not going to be any flood issues, then let them back that up and they accept liability and give us insurance. I understand and I'm not opposed to some development being built here. I just ask that it be a little more in line with the original PUD and with respect to the city's generous open space requirement, while also being mindful of the potential dangers with building in flood-prone areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Debbie, you're next, and you've asked for 3 members of your family to speak. Could you not have each family member take up 3 minutes, please? But go ahead, Debbie.
So you mean we get 3 minutes each, correct? Not 3 minutes total?
No, yes, you get 3 minutes each because that's the rule. But I'd like you to keep it less than that if you could, Debbie. But go ahead.
Okay. My name is Debbie Cook. I live in Aspen Creek, and I back up to the development on Starview Drive. Thank you, Mayor Quinn and the council members. I want to discuss the applicant's request to keep their home-based soccer business intact, even after agreeing that this would cease when this land was developed. It is inconceivable to me that the city and county should allow the AWIDAs to retain their business variance on this property after development. The language in the variance was extremely clear that it would terminate upon further development, and Ryan Owita committed directly to council that it would end. The granting of this variance in 2012 was controversial, and many residents and half of the council feeling it would be completely improper to grant such an exception to run a commercial business on an agricultural piece of land in a residential setting. It's absolutely incredible that they're now asking you to grant another variance on their existing variance to let them continue this business. It's our understanding that because the Owitas no longer spend much time at the house nearby, they've sold the barn to the Metropolitan District and someone else may be running the soccer business. This variance was approved to give Ryan, the budding entrepreneur, a kickstart for his business while he searched for permanent, proper commercial place to host his venture, not to have some other random person running the soccer business 8 years later on their behalf. Go Soccer did not pay local taxes, creating an unfair advantage against the neighboring commercial businesses who did pay taxes. I was told that the business was considered educational, but the business motto was essentially no teaching, just fun and play. It's one thing to grant the business variance on the property when patrons were just driving down a gravel road. If the barn and soccer business were to remain, you would have commercial traffic flowing through residential streets already congested by high density and insufficient parking. The barn is located the furthest distance possible from all neighborhood entrances. P&Z Commission Chair Thomas Silver stated at the February 10th, 2020 meeting that in 2012, the Owitas themselves told council both in writing and in person during the meeting that they would stop the business and no longer take advantage of the variance once they began further development of their land. You can watch this video from 2012. You simply cannot trust this applicant. For the few months that Ryan ran the soccer business after the amendment was approved in 2012, the rules of the home occupation were often ignored. The hours of operation were rarely followed, and there were excess vehicles. Contacting the code compliance officer became pointless because the soccer hours fell outside the city's hours of operation and thus couldn't be and were never enforced.
Hey, Debbie, I need
the
you
applicant
to go.
will say anything.
Debbie, I need you to go to the next person. You only get 3 minutes. You said
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
My name is Austin Cook. I live in Aspen Creek as well. Thank you, Mayor Quinn and council members. Ever since the concept review in December 2018 and the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting this past February, many have been wondering and discussing why exactly the Owitas have not made any meaningful changes and are basically insisting on pursuing their original plan. Why haven't they listened to the primary concern of neighbors and city council in planning and zoning, which is the density and style of the 3-story townhomes? They make small changes on the edges, like getting rid of the road connection to the existing neighborhood on Quail Ridge Drive, but they don't adjust the density. Heck, I think they'd be willing to give up the soccer business tonight because they think city council would see it as a concession, but they won't touch the density. We've come to the conclusion that it's simply about greed. City council and planning and zoning clearly had issues with the Owitas plan, based in large part on the high density design, which is over twice the density that exists in nearby developments. Owitas now come back having simply moved the deck chairs around. They've made modifications at the edges in an effort to appease, but the fundamental issue of high density remains. The reduction in total properties from December 2018 to now is minimal. They decreased it by less than 5%. Furthermore, no one will be interested in paying for that existing estate-style home, nor the associated barn, deep in the corner of a high-density neighborhood. When these are torn down, which they inevitably will be, the developer will simply fill in that space with homes and be right back at the original quantity of houses. Why was overall density not changed in all this time? The reason is clear. The Owitas are not proposing a property density more than twice that of the nearby neighborhoods to continue the success of Aspen Creek. They are not asking to proxy the open space in Aspen Creek in order to improve the quality of those residents' lives. It's simply a clear case of greed at the expense of neighboring communities and the future residents of this neighborhood. Thank you for your service and time.
Okay, my name is Adam Cook. I back up to the proposed development, and I wanted to discuss a little bit about the commercial sector in the development plan. They describe this element with idealistic language as a neighborhood gathering place, an ice cream shop, a quaint coffee shop, or a brew pub. But the reality is that there are no defined plans for this area. The permitted uses are very broad, and based on what we've seen from the Owitas in the past, there is no reason to believe they will follow through with what they are telling you today. The only prohibited use is a gas station, When the Uedas leave, I expect they will take the highest offer for that commercial space, which means we could end up with another self-storage facility staring drivers in the face on Dillon Road. My understanding is that self-storage at Midway in Lowell was equally surprising to the homeowners in those nearby neighborhoods. Are we truly saying that we're now allowing people to amend residential PUDs to allow unknown commercial development? I also believe the Uedas are only including this commercial space to allow them to reduce their required open space. My understanding is that when you have commercial development on a site plan, you're automatically dropped into a different tier that requires less open space. Isn't that convenient? The neighborhood potentially gets commercial businesses they don't want, and the Uedas get to cram in more houses. The Uedas say this commercial space is viable, yet we have checked and they have submitted no market viability study to the city or presented any such study results to residents. The retail space to the east at 100 open space requirements. The last thing the future residents of this neighborhood and neighboring communities need is more uncertainty about what is being built near their homes. Thank you for your time and your service.
Mr. Cook, a music hold came on. Can you, can you repeat your last couple of points? I can't believe I'm saying that, but could you repeat your last couple of points? Because the music hold, we couldn't hear you.
What was the last thing you heard?
Last thing that we heard was the regarding the commercial and the self-storage there at 144.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Devin, Councilmember. So after the self-storage.
Okay.
And I have you like with a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Okay. The retail space to the east at 144th and Lowell, where the Safeway store is, has many units that remain vacant. Particularly in this time of COVID, with restaurants going out of business and other businesses struggling, the last thing we need is to allocate more land to commercial development. The land is an island out all by itself. It would be much better used to meet the open space requirements. The last thing the future residents of this neighborhood and neighboring communities need is more uncertainty about what is being built near their homes. Thank you for your time and your service.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say to everybody who's listening is that we're using software that has a time limit of 4 hours. I think the software is fairly old, and so whenever you hit 4 hours that it's been on, a music hold comes on, which is why we allowed Mr. Cook to continue. We have two people that were dropped, and we're going to go back to them. We have Sonia. Sonia, state your name and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Sonia, resident of Aspen Creek, and I would like to start by just saying that I do agree with the Cooks, Kim, Mark, Dave, Colonel Tom, Kevin, Janice, David, Tara, John, Rebecca, April, John, Yolanda, and the first gentleman that spoke. I'd like to talk for a few minutes about affordable housing. The Uedas are trying to sway you with the goal of affordable housing. Don't fall for it. The idea of affordable housing is a fallacy if you approach it like they have. Jamming as many houses as possible into the space will not make them affordable. It will give the Uedas more sales and more cash in their pockets. They tell you the average price for 10% of these homes will be $334,000. But that's just the very bottom end of their price range. These supposedly affordable townhomes will sell for up to $480,000 or $600,000 based on their data. Even if one person gets to buy a home for $334,000, the second sale is going to be much higher because, as they tell you in their narrative, there are no deed restrictions, and the goal is wealth accumulation for the buyer. Your future firefighters, teachers, police officers, and hairdressers are not going to come into this neighborhood and afford a home. Furthermore, if the Uedas are so concerned about Broomfield's residents being able to afford these homes, why have they pushed all the costs for developing the land onto these future residents? They have established a special taxing district to capture all of the infrastructure costs, and they will be paid off via higher property taxes on homeowners. Property taxes will end up being about twice the normal rate for a home in Broomfield. This is not exactly enhancing affordability, is it? Let's do some math. I know lots of us don't like math, but this is important, so stick with me. A teacher hopes to buy one of the 31 attainable homes for $334,000. Her mortgage payment would be about $1,200. But oops, she just realized she would be saddled with higher property taxes due to the OWIDA's special taxing district. She would probably pay about $3,000 more each year on property tax, effectively $250 more per month. Now she's paying $1,450 per month instead of $1,200. What does that mean? She's basically looking at the cost of a $400,000 house, not the attainable $334,000 one she hoped for. That house just went way out of Broomfield's definition of affordable or attainable housing. This project is not about affordable housing. It's about density to turn as large a profit as possible, plain and simple. Please do not approve this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sonia. Justin, you're next. State your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yep, my name is Justin. I live in Aspen Creek. I just want to talk for a second about the existing house and the big white barn on the property. The leaders originally said they would remove it. Now they're saying they want to keep it. I think it's very possible that they have no intentions of keeping these two buildings. They want to get rid of them because it serves no purpose in their development, except to bring in some extra income from the soccer business until they're able to build more houses there and reap more money from doing that. It's incredible they're even asking you to keep that business after the rest of the property is developed, in violation of their agreement with City Council in 2012. But they'll only do that until they're ready to make more money by filling that area with more homes. I really think they're playing you. They are telling you the only way to make this work financially for them is with high density. They are asking you to help them balance their books with this plan. If they get their approval, mark my words, they will tear down that barn and that house and pile in a bunch more homes right there to get some extra profit and make their books look nice and green. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have, I think it's Tina. Tina, you're next.
Yes, it's Tina.
Tina, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you state your name and...
okay, hello. Yes. So my name is Tina Pedersen, and I reside on Quail Ridge Drive in Aspen Creek, and I've lived here for 11 years. I wish to call attention to the results of a survey regarding the Dillon Point development that were shared with City Council earlier today. An Aspen Creek neighbor published a survey on SurveyMonkey asking for opinions on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being strongly disapprove and 10 being strongly approve of the Dillon Point project. This survey was publicized on social media, including the Broomfield Moms Group and Nextdoor.
Tina? Ernesto, can you hear me?
Mary, we can hear you here. I can hear you.
So we lost Tina. We lost Tina. If she wants to come, Tina, you're not. I presume you're not there now. If she wants to come back on, would you put it at the top of the queue? Let's go to Candy. Hopefully, we have the phone system working.
Hi. Yes, my name.
It looks like it may be the phone system. Zach?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. I'm not sure. Can you hear me, Mayor?
I can hear you. I just can't hear Candy.
Let me try to put her on mute and then take her off mute and see if that helps. Hold on.
Hello?
Candy, can you hear us?
Yeah,
here we go.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, restart her on.
Did Tina come back?
Yeah, Tina. Yeah, well, Candy, is this Candy or Tina?
This is Candy.
Candy, why don't you go ahead and start over, state your name and neighborhood, and I'll give you 3 minutes from this point.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Candy Evans. I live directly on Dillon Road. I am in the Pony States subdivision, which is directly across the street from the proposed community. I want to thank Ryan for entertaining us this evening with the fairy tale community that is planned. But I'm looking out my front window overlooking the Awida vast open space property, and I'm asking that the council take a couple of minutes and look at the reality of the residents of Pony Estates. Our neighborhood has been through months of nonstop construction. The landscape and the topography in this area has been severely altered by the City and County of Broomfield's Dillon Road expansion project. This includes the rerouting of the community ditch that supplies water to residents. Before any additional rezoning can occur, the city has a responsibility to the homeowners in this area to redo the study. It needs to be redone to look at the traffic and the wildlife changes to the area. Once the Dillon Road project is 100% complete, and a year-long study should again take place, and additional information should be collected before the council should even be considering this. Right now, the wildlife in the area, I can tell you because it's right out my front window, and there's a lot of it. And any development, and already Dillon Road, I can tell you because I live here, has had severe impact on the wildlife community in this open space area. And any planned development of the property to consider the impact to the local wildlife. Already, the residents of Pony Estates are experiencing the relocation of prairie dogs into our horse pastures. And other wildlife has been moving into Pony Estates over the last year during construction and is threatening our livestock and pets. This proposed community is going to drive our property values down in this area. If a 3-story multifamily townhomes are built, these multifamily dwellings are completely inconsistent with the rural neighborhood in this area. In addition, the proposed 3-story townhomes will block my view of the mountains. And I don't know about the Awitas. It sounds like they maybe, cut out a little space so that they've got a great mountain view. But I
need you to wrap up.
What was said tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I don't trust what was said tonight. It doesn't sound like it can be trusted. I don't believe that those townhomes aren't going to block my view. And we've been here since 1960 in Pony Estates, and our views should not become they should not be obstructed by the Awita's multi-million-dollar
Thank you, Candy.
So I'd ask you to deny the request. That's all. Thank you.
Boy, the names are moving all over on this board. Let's go to Tina, who'd gotten cut off before, and she gets the 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. So my name is Kenna Pedersen. I live on Quail Ridge Drive in Aspen Creek, and I've lived here for 11 years. I wish to call attention to the results of a survey regarding the Dillon Point development that was shared with City Council earlier today. An Aspen Creek neighbor published a survey on SurveyMonkey asking for opinions on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being strongly disapprove and 10 being strongly approve of the Dillon Point project. The survey was publicized on social media, including the Broomfield Moms Group and Nextdoor. As of 10:30 p.m. last night, there were 315 responses from over 23 different neighborhoods in Broomfield. 104 Aspen Creek households responded. A significant number of responses were received from residents of the Broadlands, Country Estates, and Pony Estates. The letter submitted to City Council shows a plot of these responses, which reflects that 64% of the respondents strongly disapproved of the project. When looking just at Aspen Creek residents, the overwhelming number of them strongly disapproved of the development as well.
The survey asked respondents to pick their top 5 concerns regarding the project. The number 1 concern of respondents was the density of the project. 71% ranked this high on their list. The other concerns that ranked high were concerns about traffic on Aspen Street, concerns about the height of the 3-story townhomes, and the 22 variances to the Broomfield Municipal Code that the developer is seeking. This survey demonstrates widespread disapproval for the current plan. If we were not in a virtual setting tonight, I believe you would see a full City Council chamber like we had at the City Council concept review and the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I urge you to deny this application to amend the Aspen Creek PUD. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tina. Seth, you're next. You have 3 minutes. State your name and a neighborhood.
All right. My name is Seth Hart, and I live in Quail Creek, and I've been a Broomfield resident for about 8 years now. I'm actually a residential architect, and I've worked with Wonderland Homes and a lot of other home builders across Colorado and the nation. And I really want to voice my support of this project, and especially voice my support of Wonderland Homes. As I mentioned, I've just worked with a lot of builders, a lot of homes throughout the state of Colorado, and it wasn't until I saw the Quail Creek neighborhood developed by Wonderland that I really found something I fell in love with and wanted to move into one of their homes. And I just think they're a great, reputable local builder. Speaking as a homeowner from Wonderland Homes, I can really attest to their quality, their craftsmanship, workmanship, and warranty service and backing up their product. And so I can't speak highly enough of them. And, and I live in a pretty dense neighborhood myself. By, kind of conventional standards, we have smaller yards and things like that. But I say that, I will say it really brings a tight-knit community together. We actually really like that we have small yard spaces. I think these kinds of higher density projects speak to kind of a modern buyer profile that appreciate some of the less maintenance involved with it. And then, really to achieve attainability, density is kind of a requirement these days, unfortunately. But I think that what Wonderland does is they put a lot of effort into making these projects really special and creating nice, beautiful open spaces and parks and spaces like that within their communities. And so I just think they do a fantastic job. And out of all the homes I've seen them build, they're one of the most top-notch builders in the state. So I just want to voice my approval for the project and really put my support behind Wonderland Homes to execute this project really well. Thank you. Thanks for your time, everybody.
George, thank you, Seth. George, you're next. State your name, neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is George. I live in Aspen Creek. I don't typically make too many of these calls, but I do think my opposition to this is probably, is consistent with many of my neighbors that are not being as vocal tonight. I don't need a whole lot of time. I agree with many of the comments that were said, but I would ask you to consider the character of all of the adjacent property and look at whether this density is truly appropriate. 144 or Dillon Road and 144th are really the entrance to Broomfield, and I think that with the densities up there being quite spread out, this really does not seem like an appropriate use of that property. I'm not opposed to development. I do think also that if you look at how the distribution of the open space is put together, it just doesn't make too much sense to me. And I just ask you to oppose this PUD modification. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Jason, you're next. State your full name, please, and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jason Schofield. I live in Aspen Creek. And like many of my neighbors, I'm asking that you oppose this. I'm also asking that you consider this into 2 categories. I think the leaders have done a good job about talking about the affordable or attainable housing and what that means to Broomfield. We all know that that's something that you as a council and a mayor need to consider and a goal you want to achieve. But at the same time, I think that's being painted over what would be a long-term problem, and a short-term fix for you might cause many more problems. And, assume that the Uitas, if they care about it this much, would be more than happy to help you find another location and invest their time and resources to achieve that. Because what you have is a community, and that's what I'd like you to focus on, because not one person from the surrounding community of this development has been for it. I mean, we had a couple people in other communities and Sound Like a Wonderland rep talking about how great this could be. But just to be honest, you're looking at what the families and the people and the intelligent and smart people you have that have chose Broomfield as their home, that have invested their time, money, and families' futures into what this community is. No one's opposed to this community growing. If Aspen Creek wants to grow and that land wants to become more of Aspen Creek that fits the model of all surrounding neighborhoods, we welcome that, because Broomfield is a beautiful, wonderful place to live. And I challenge you, Mayor and Council, that who are you protecting tonight? Is it a family who's looking to cash out and leave, or the community that's coming to you saying, we're counting on you to make the right decision? Because I like the Uitas, and if the realtor's still on the line, I'd love to talk to her, because if this is approved, you're going to have a lot of people cashing out, because you're taking away a community that has been decided and chosen and developed, and you're having someone come in and trying to, cut the red tape to cash out and leave. And so I humbly hope you guys take the time and you think about the future of Broomfield. That's what we all care, and that's what we want to be a part of. And I'm not saying that, diversity and different things need to be important. They do. And I think, like, where it's appropriate, this community would also support that. But to the point earlier, this queue would be empty if their rules were being followed and the plan was what the community believes and wants here in Broomfield. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Rebecca, state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
And I live in Aspen Creek. And I just have to say, there is no way the Uitas are concerned about the future of Broomfield. They don't live here anymore. The Uitas, their children, their grandchildren, they all live in Arizona. They are just trying to cash out before they leave that house behind. And I have a couple questions. Why are they pushing so hard for high-density housing? To make more money. Why are they trying to misappropriate the open space in our neighborhood to avoid including the right amount in their neighborhood? To make more money. Why are they including what are essentially 4-story townhomes in a town that does not include a single example of this? To take advantage of that extra height on a single plot of land to make more money. Why are they spending a bunch of effort to declassify the floodplain, pave it with a road, and pepper it with houses rather than simply leave it as open space and let it serve its purpose? To make more money. Why is there not a single cul-de-sac in that entire neighborhood? Well, simple dead-end streets equal more houses to make more money. Why are there only 50 off-street parking spots for a neighborhood of 318 homes, nearly 2/3 of which are narrow townhomes? To make more money. Why did they stuff 9 of their most expensive semi-custom homes in the same space as 6 homes on Starview Drive in Aspen Creek? To make more money. Why is the commercial sector left to a future site development plan? Perhaps so they can keep the allure of a quaint coffee and bagel shop until their neighborhood is approved. Then they can sell it and build whatever they want, like a gas station or a self-storage facility, to make more money. Why are they insisting on maintaining the soccer business despite their 2013 variance clearly stated that it must be retired upon development? To make more money. And what will they surely do in a couple of years once development starts? They'll demolish the barn, an existing house, build 15 to 20 more homes on that spot, and make even more money. The proposal is fundamentally about density, and Ryan talks a lot about affordability, housing variety, access to local trails, etc., and those are absolutely noble goals. I don't think anyone here tonight would object to those, but they wrap it in a package of high density and variances, which are by their very definition not compatible with Broomfield goals and neighboring communities. Thank you so much.
That concludes the people that are in the queue for citizen comments. So I'm going to go on to, Ryan, at this point in time, The applicant is allowed to respond to the comments that were made. Do you want to take a few minutes to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We would just like to show one slide really quickly. I won't take too much of your time, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Josie, if you're able to pull up the open space view slide, that would be great. So first of all, I just wanted to, start with this one, Josie, and then over to the other one after that. I just wanted to show you all this diagram. This diagram is a really good one to be able to show the open space amenities that we have. And these different color schemes that you see here are different view corridors that we have for the units. So everything that you see that's in that blue color is immediately touching open space. So if you can tell that about half the units at least are touching immediately touching open space. The yellow ones are ones that are just across the street from open space. The red triangles show that they have a mountain view, and the dashed lines show that they have an open space view. And it has the quantities as well. I think it's an important diagram to show the open space and the feel that you're going to have in there. There aren't many neighborhoods in Broomfield that have that. And then if we could go to that other open space slide, that would be great, Josie. I just wanted to touch on this one with the 40% open space requirement in Broomfield and PUDs is actually defined by at least 40% of the developable site shall be open area. So this is just to show, and we actually are not using the existing PUD to create this one. This is solely with this filing. The green areas that you see there are open area, both private and maintained by the district. And then you also have the structures and driveways and the access alleys. So we actually have over 50% meeting that stat. Mayor, I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you. And then if you have any questions, we have all of our team available to answer anything you have. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to council comments and questions at this point in time. Council, I presume there's going to be some comments. Would you please raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you get 5 minutes. Danae will be timing you, and we will, if needed, have a second round of 5 minutes. So, Councilmember Schaaf, then Lim.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll go first on this. So thank you to the residents for your communication, both email as well as during this public hearing tonight. A lot of great points made. And to the applicant, thank you for bringing this project forward. So one of the first things that you said was in your presentation, the applicant in your presentation was words to actions. And that really struck me. It really struck me that, that for quite a while now, we've talked about affordable housing. And what does that mean? Earlier this year, we were able to pass the inclusionary housing ordinance, which set standards here in Broomfield. So I think that, for me, I do want affordable housing, and I want it in this development, and I want it to align with that ordinance that we passed. There was a resident that made the comment regarding affordable housing and the 50 mills on the Metropolitan District, and I think that, as she said, math counts. And I think that that was a great point, that while on the surface level, some of these units are quote unquote affordable, when you add in the 50 mills increase on the property tax, these become unattainable at that point. Traffic is an issue. We've known that was going to be a major issue from the concept review, and little to none has been done on that. One of the residents made a great point concerning the 144th traffic that is going to be a new traffic pattern, and how does that relate to this new development. So I think that that's very important for us to understand. And I would also point out too that with a dense development like this, we would count on that multimodal connection being made around this development, and that multimodal connection at this point really doesn't come true. The mass transit piece is not there. and some of those opportunities just don't exist for this development. The height is deceiving, as one of our residents pointed out. These are written as 3-story buildings, but as they are clearly drawn in the architectural drawings, they're 4-story buildings, and that's deceiving to list them as 3-story buildings when they're really 4-story buildings. I don't believe that the density is necessarily a bad thing. However, I do raise concerns with, along with the residents, that this is a part of an existing PUD, and so to change the PUD without actually changing or changing the character of the PUD without actually changing, creating a new PUD is just not honest. And so I do believe that that if the intent is to create an entirely new neighborhood and a new feel, then a new PUD has to be created, that it can't just be amended because there is an existing character and there is an existing PUD in place that covers this land. There was a quote from one of the residents, this plan is not the right one. And I would agree with that statement, that there is some great elements of this plan, and there's some great elements that belong in this location. But this plan and this effort that has been done does not belong in this location. The public land dedication, I think, is one that we got to stick firm to. You know, while there's maybe some ways in which we can fudge those numbers, that the standard that has been set needs to be applied to this development. And the last thing that I'll mention is I do like the element of the commercial property, but I think that the only way I'm going to really get on board with that commercial property piece is if it's clearly defined with the prohibited uses and the allowed uses. This can't be some nebulous thing that gets approved tonight, or that could be approved tonight, but then is later developed on what those allowed uses are going to be. It needs to be very clear from the get-go of what that commercial property is going to be so that there aren't some surprises down the road. So that's all I have to say for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes. Mayor, did you call on me? Okay, sorry. So I wanted to first thank the staff for the enhanced notice sent to the area, including 2,000 feet from the development to allow the citizens' participation. I also appreciate that the staff has responded to many questions from the residents and even from myself earlier. The residents have legitimate concerns to question this proposal. This development is requesting 22 variances from what was originally planned by Broomfield for this area. And as the residents have repeated, planning and zoning unanimously rejected a similar earlier version of this proposal. Thank you to the residents for all of their emails and for submitting the survey where there was a very strong disapproval of the project. The residents hit many of the important points why they object to this proposal. I wanted to hit a few others. Councilmember Schaaf alluded to the fact that this is not an area where there is going to be any multimodal transportation. This is not near a transit corridor. The applicant stated there's access to regional transportation, bus routes, and easy access to Northwest Parkway. That is not the case. It's a long distance to 287, 2 miles. It's 5 miles to the Flatiron Flyer. This is not a multimodal transportation area, unfortunately. And there's no possibility that it's wishful thinking to think that RTD is going to expand onto this Dillon Road area. We have discussed in the McWhinney development in the north the fact that along State Highway 7, it needs a high density in order to bring the BRT into that area. This is not going to happen on Dillon Road. So that's wishful thinking to think there's going to be any multimodal transportation in this area. And then the traffic study. I looked at the traffic study in detail. I'm questioning if the traffic consultant hired by the developer believed the statement by the developer in his presentation that there would be RTD access, because then that would make a huge difference in what the numbers that the traffic study used if they thought there was going to be some kind of RTD access. The traffic study says that it is expected to generate approximately 2,860 daily weekday trips from this development. I'm not sure why, in the details of the study, the traffic study says that there would be fewer trips made by multifamily housing than single detached housing. I'm questioning the number of trips if they were estimated properly. And then it's interesting where the study does look at the number of trips out of the shopping center area. It said there would only be 11 trips from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. So if we have any misguided notion that they're going to put a coffee shop in this corner commercial development, that's not going to happen with 11 trips in and out of that Aspen Street path there, because 11 trips in and out is not going to support a coffee shop. And that's the whole question with this commercial development. I do not see people making left-hand turns going west on Dillon Road into this development to support any commercial development in that area. The commercial development is left nebulous, and we're left to guess what would happen in the future. That makes me very uncomfortable having lived in this area for a while. The public lands makes me very uncomfortable that they use the land in the south to meet their goal. The Watke public land on the Broomfield website, it says that Broomfield Open Space and Trails purchased this land in 2003 to maintain views of the mountains, as well as preserve a piece of land that connects Broomfield to its agricultural history. So then the question becomes, does putting 4-story townhomes in the north negate the purpose of the purchase of the Watke family property by the Broomfield Open Space Committee, as that purpose is stated on the Broomfield website? And I also have concerns about the floodplains. The neighbors have the right to be concerned about that. And I wanted to ask the staff, is that 30-foot buffer typical for an allowance for that distance where there's excessive drainage going through there? The neighbors certainly do not seem confident that that's enough. They have had a history. They've had a history of flooding. So I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll see if I can continue later. Thank you.
I'll come back to you later. Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Owita, for this proposal. I love it. I think it's a fair market solution, and this development is what the future holds. It contains a wide variety of homes to accommodate those who are in the 80 to 120% AMI, and Broomfield is woefully low on townhomes. This is a great opportunity to fill in that gap. Additionally, this is the wave of the future for development in Broomfield as we move towards build-out. And yes, it is different. I live in the Broadlands, and we have a mix of housing stock all around, single family across the street, or townhomes and condos. And yeah, the taller condos block my view, but you know, nobody can guarantee views. That's what I learned. I think that it provides fair housing opportunities and is inclusive in nature, and would provide an opportunity for our next generation of homeowners to buy a home, as well as those looking to downsize. The times are changing, and we need to recognize that all areas of Broomfield must contribute toward integrity and equal opportunities, as my colleague said. That being said, it currently does not meet the conditions of our affordable housing ordinance. And to approve this increased density, it must truly be inclusionary. I believe the attainable units must be at 80% AMI, price point, and they should be deed restricted. Our 80% AMI price for two-bedroom townhome is $248,000. They're currently being offered in a range of $319,000 to $350,000. So, Mr. Oweda, would you be willing to amend the prices and deed restrict the 10%?
You're muted, Ryan. Yeah, there you go.
Yes, can I, is it all right, Councilmember Castriota, if I have Steve Pwa answer that question, the builder at Wonderland Homes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity. My name is Steve Pwa. I'm the president of Wonderland Homes, and it's been a privilege to work with Ryan and the team here over the past almost 3 years now to push this project forward. So, I think that as it relates to the attainable housing, when I speak about attainable housing, I think it's a little bit more of a global conversation to have than simply saying what are the limits and what are the prices. And I think I heard a lot of those comments from all of you, as well as some of the community members, as well as some of the affordable unit attainment that we've done on other projects. The simple solution typically lays at the feet of total price. It's a simple solution. It's the fastest answer to get to. But I think it could be a more complex conversation to have. What we intended to do after talking to the Housing Authority Committee and really getting feedback from staff, as well as our own experiences, as well as feedback from our own current buyers, is really to produce a market rate product that was naturally going to be at a lower price point that does grow wealth. But it also is limited at the lower broadband of all of the neighboring communities. So how do we do that? We do that with density and size. And I know that density is an ugly word tonight, but the fact remains that it's a true achievement purpose of achievable, attainable housing. And it is true across the board. And so whether it happens at Dillon Point or it happens elsewhere, high density is the fastest, easiest, best way to get to an attainable price point that really does work. Now, that's what we did is we took our strategy to say, what does inclusive attainable housing mean? To me, it means nobody knows that you bought an affordable home. You can walk through your front door, you can walk down the street with your child, you can walk down the street with your grandparent, and you can walk through your front door and nobody knows that you own a deed restricted home. You don't have the stigma. You don't have people saying that they subsidized your house. You don't have any of that. Why? Because the market rate dictated the price of your home no different than their market rate dictated the price of their home. And so what we did is we shot for a target. The Housing Authority report kept mentioning a $300,000 price point, right? And so we shot for that number as low as we could get. We obtained a $319,000 price point on one unit. We attained a $345,000 price point on another unit that's a ranch plan, which is more expensive to build, of course. But what we really intended to do is eliminate the need for the deed restriction because we think naturally that price and that unit, those units will naturally be at the lower price band. Why did we go against having a deed restriction? Really to support generational wealth. I think one of your prior ordinances talked about a 12% appraisal value for private residence homes. So, if you artificially tack on a 3% ceiling on a deed-restricted home when everybody else is appraising at a 12% value, you're defeating the purpose of home ownership wealth creation for that buyer. And so, in our view, we said, don't do that. Let the market dictate the ceiling for that buyer. It will naturally bring in a lower price buyer on the second and third home as well. Why? Because it's a 1,250 square foot unit right next door to a 3,000 square foot unit. And so the 3,000 square foot unit at $600,000 is going to drive the square foot price of virtually everything else in that neighborhood. You guys know that when you sell your own homes, right? It's a price per square foot market. And so that's really the approach we took. The flip side to that would be, we already have our price point at $319,000 that does hit AMI. So it hits an $80,000 income earner. And so at 80% AMI, and the other thing that I would say is we did take into account the Metro District tax. And so your definition of the attainable price point is 40% of the 80% of AMI can be used against home ownership. right? That includes the P&I, it includes the property taxes, and it includes one other component. And so insurance, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And so, what we did is we said at $319,000, a homeowner that earned $80,000 could buy that property and keep their property income, debt to income ratio on their mortgage at 40% or less. On the $349,000 price point, it's the same thing. It's actually 40%, close to the 40% mark. It's about 38% on 349. At the 319, it's about 32%. And so we're under that 40% threshold as defined. That's without a deed restriction. If the city wanted to push forward on a deed restricted property, for us, it's really not an impact. We are already virtually there. The only question I would put back is to say, to what end? What is the protection of that home ownership and the attainable version of that buyer walking into our home that can get that home at the same price without a deed restriction versus saying we are going to artificially put a deed restriction on that same house at the same price? So I guess that would be a question I would have for you, because in my world, the reason, I bought my first house 25 years ago for $140,000. I sold it 4 years later for $205,000.
So, Mr. Purley,
I hit the lottery.
So you're
sorry.
Darlene, I think he's answered that they won't deed restrict. They won't follow the ordinance. So.
No, that's not true. That's not true. What I said was, those are my justifications for not doing it. But I think if the viewpoint of the city council members was that, hey, we're looking for a deed restricted property on this site, we would certainly want to support you guys, right? We think we've supported you every step of the way. We met with the Housing Advisory Committee. We redesigned the product lines. We brought in 2 plans that were specifically designed for that obtainable housing part. On open space, 65% of our houses directly touch open space.
No, and I completely agree, that with your reasoning, but we've made that mistake before with some homes in Redleaf. We had a certain number that were affordable. They weren't deed restricted. They skyrocketed in value, and then they were sold at market rate. So we no longer have that stock. And I'm just trying to, not make that mistake again. If that makes sense. And that's why we have the ordinance.
Yeah, and we would support that. What we haven't talked about is a third home that we have. It doesn't quite meet the 80% AMI, but we have a third product, a third plan that is a 3-bedroom house that's, currently listed, we think, at 60. And so that didn't fall into the 80% range, so we didn't put it into our report. But, you guys, the comments were made about, I think, the average price of over $600,000 for a house that's under 10 years old. This is brand new stock. On these 315 or 316 units, our current average out the door price is $500,000 at a base price. And out the door price is probably going to be around the $550,000 range. So for brand new housing stock, you're going to be well below what 10-year-old houses are going for currently in Broomfield, right? And we have 18 plans on this product. And so of those 18 plans, we have 9 of them that are under $500,000 with 3 of them under $400,000. And so I think that, when we talk about density, we talk about diverse housing and inclusionary housing, this is the way to do it. I think the alternate plan that may come out of this discussion is to say, hey, hands up. We're going to put 200 houses out here that are all in 65 by 120-foot lots. They're all going to be $800,000. They're going to match Aspen Creek. Ryan's going to make the same amount of money. The value's offset. What we tried to do is put a more dynamic, true mini master plan in place that creates natural, diverse housing stock, right? Where not all the houses are the same, not all the buyers are the same, and not all the lifestyles are the same. And so I think that's an important note to really, hit home. The revenue piece can be offset with 250 houses or 225 houses versus our 316. But what you're not going to get is the 10% of $310,000 houses. That's going to just be really difficult to achieve. So thank you guys for listening. I know that I rambled.
No, I'm totally sold on the density. I mean, I get that. I do. It's just the sticking point of the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is a requirement for me.
Councilmember Castriota, can I respond really quickly? I would just like to state that, we've been working on this project for a couple years, and we were alongside the Housing Advisory Committee the entire way. And obviously, you've seen that we had unanimous support. However, we were supposed to be on the March 10th City Council hearing, and we weren't. And things happen the way they happen. And so to answer your question, we are willing to deed restrict. We're okay with deed restricting if that's what the city wants us to do. Where I actually spent some time working with staff on it is that based upon the ordinance that was passed, we are meeting that restriction, or excuse me, not the restriction, we're meeting the numbers. So the table with the 248,000 has changed because of interest rates and a couple other factors. And so I would love to pull in Cheryl to be able to verify some of those numbers and just kind of bring up a couple of our discussions and see if we can make something work. If that's okay.
That sounds good. Yeah. No, I mean, anybody on the staff team want to clarify that? I was going off a chart that I was provided by planning and zoning. Planning. So if the numbers are off, then I said corrected. Anybody on staff want to help me out here? If it's no longer 248 for the...
Cheryl, do you agree that those numbers changed?
Sure. Councilmember Castriota, I can clarify some of this a little bit. The 248 is part of the ordinance relating to multifamily for sale housing. And the numbers that were relating to single family for sale housing are the numbers that are more in line with the proposal. So again, as Mr. Ueda stated, meeting with the Housing Advisory Committee, and they met with them, they started in 2018. We didn't have an ordinance at that time, and the Housing Advisory Committee was very supportive of the design options and the variety of design options, but there really wasn't a talk about what a price point was because the ordinance wasn't drafted at that point. So where we're at today is looking at what can a family that is our 80% AMI actually afford if whether it's a townhome, a condo, or a paired home within this development. So I think that's where we're at with these discussions as far as meeting our ordinance and meeting our goal of having 80% of the AMI families be able to afford a unit. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much, Ms. Sinclair. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Henkel and Lindstedt.
Thank you. I want to echo a lot of the past council members' concerns in Ward 3. I'm thankful for the developer to increase starter homes, a variety, and adding in housing for our seniors. I was just disheartened in listening to those who spoke tonight. I was hoping areas would establish trust with the neighbors in the area, and it's just disheartening to hear from so many residents. But they know something needs to be planned, but this isn't it. I do want to see a better partnership with the developer and the neighbors, and I think a lot of people are in favor of having affordable and attainable housing, and so I just think there needs to be better communication about that. I am in favor of deed restrictions. I appreciate the family condominiums, as we are low on those options in Broomfield, and we have been for a while. I do feel like this development is along the same lines in McKay and Broadlands. I do have one sort of outstanding question for the developer, and maybe I just need to understand metro tax districts better, but my major concern is a metro tax district. In the past, we've had other developments where the representation stays within the same family and it's never opened up to the residents. So I'm just curious as to what that looks like as far as representation for the metro tax district within the development. Is the developer answering that question?
Councilmember Hinkle, can I have Jennifer Gruber Tanaka answer that, our district council, please?
Sure.
Yes, thank you for that question. That's a fair question. Colorado law actually allows residents immediately upon purchasing property or moving into the project to run for the board if there's a seat available. There are also elections every 2 years for the board. They're staggered terms, so you have 3 terms that are up 1 year, and then 2 years later the other 2 terms, so that you have that staggered board. But immediately upon purchasing property or moving into that district, they are eligible to run for that board.
Okay. And they have a say into how these people are going to be taxed and within the attainable housing. Is that right?
So the taxes within the district have to be uniform, so we can't tax the affordable and attainable housing different than what we tax other homes. But there is a budget hearing that is a public hearing on an annual basis that homeowners are able to attend and be a part of. That mill levy is set on an annual basis. And just to clarify a comment that was made earlier regarding the amount of taxes that the district would impose, there's a maximum mill levy that the city has in our current service plan, and for debt on a $334,000 attainable home, that's a $99 a month tax bill, not $250. I'm not sure where the $250 came in, but just to clarify that, just to let you guys know that for the district portion for the debt service, that's $99 a month if we were to max out that mill levy, of course.
Okay, I would want that to be explained to the potential home buyers as well.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we certainly can do a disclosure notice on property. It's a common notice that you see anymore for people, just letting them know information about the district. And of course, anybody who has questions about the district can certainly reach out to anybody associated with the district. Our office is obviously more than happy to answer any questions that people have. All of these records are public records. And then further, these documents like the budget, the audit, et cetera, are filed on the Division of Local Government. So there are a lot of public depositories for people to reach out to for more information. But we're happy to educate people in any way that we can on the district so that we can answer those questions up front and throughout their ownership of their home.
And Councilmember Hinkle, that tax, that $99 that she is referring to, is also tax deductible, so which is a benefit obviously to the homeowners. And we do not have an HOA, so that is all that they have in that direction. Is a $99 tax deductible amount is the maximum that can be taxed.
It may be tax deductible. It might not be.
Right, if they're eligible to itemize.
And the CPA, there's a limit to the taxes. So I just try to clarify it. So.
The CPA chimes in. Thank you, that's important. Last 2 questions for the developer. Regarding the park on the north side, it looks like it's supposed to be accessible to the public too. I just had concerns about parking and seeing if there's sufficient parking for the public. And for the mixed use commercial, what are you envisioning there? We're tired of storage units and automotive places, and we want to make sure that it's a place of community gathering.
So I will answer your second question first while they pull up a slide to show the parking, if that's all right. And so I met with, now meeting is virtual, but with Jeff Romine to talk about that corner, and really to get a feeling after COVID. Obviously things continue to change, of what his position was on the commercial corner, and his position is that it's really the future of what we're looking for because of the neighborhood uses that can be provided and the smaller side of things. We really want that area to be flexible. He talked about having the potential to be able to go up, so basically putting conduit so that allows you to be able to build up in the future with a lot of flexibility. So starting small and having that ability to grow. But really our intent is to have neighborhood amenities. We're going through the issue and the friction to build a commercial center here. When obviously most of the projects you have go from commercial to residential, we're asking to go from residential to commercial to add an amenity to the neighborhood. It's been something that we've wanted since the very beginning, and so our plan is to have those local neighborhood services. And when I talked with with Jeff about it, he's really hoping to be able to blend some of the staples with some of the neighborhood amenities. And that's where, you have your shipping center, for example, that's less attractive, which is a bad example because of the Amazon facility. But I'm talking about a smaller, local, futuristic type spot. But also then having the restaurant or a small coffee shop. I've already had somebody reaching out about having a bakery at that corner, things like that. And as far as the parking, if you could pull that up for me, please, Josie. And Susan, do you mind jumping in on the parking, please?
Hi, this is Susan Wade. I'm with Redland. The parking distribution, this is really a slide that talks more about the parking for the neighborhoods. But if you could zoom in, Josie, to the commercial and the park, there's a lot of on-street parking right in front of the park. And even that last image you had up illustrated a lot of parking. The commercial parking could also be subsidize the neighborhood park as well. All of the parks are obviously open to the public. This is not intended to, for large play or, soccer practice. It's intended to really support the coffee shop, walk out, and have a neighborhood park. It also alleviates, architectural elevation along Dillon, some with a little relief of the park. So, does that answer your question?
I believe so. Usually we have numbers with parking and things like that. I'm curious if staff has looked at that.
So we have parking and numbers for the southern park, the neighborhood park, but not this pocket park. Staff did not specifically ask for any numbers directly. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 specific parking spaces right there that follow the neighborhood park. And then there are at least 10 on the south side of that street as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt. Ben Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a few questions, but first I'd like to just say, I like the density of this project. I know there's been a lot of discussion about density and the downsides of that density, but I think if we're really going to be an inclusive community and try to make sure we're a place where our teachers and our firefighters and our service workers who are now depending on more than ever have a place to live, we need to be moving towards density, because density is what creates affordability ultimately. And I understand the concerns about it, but I think in terms of infill, this is what we need as a community. Our business community is demanding more entry level and affordable housing, and our community as a whole has a shortage of those types of units from our housing needs assessment. So I'm actually quite happy with the diversity of housing included in this application. I think the debate with the deed restriction, I would support the deed restriction, just as a, that is the rule now with inclusionary zoning, and I would support it. Now, I grew up here in Broomfield, and I was able to buy my own home 3 years ago, and I couldn't afford that home today because of the huge increase in price. So I think the deed restriction, you're talking about, gaining value for the folks that buy it, that's important, but I think keeping the affordability is more important in my mind, because that's the reason we have this zoning. So I would support the deed restriction, and I'm glad to hear that the developer would be amenable to that. I guess I had 2 questions. Being newer to the city council, I don't know all the rules in terms of what we can require, but Councilmember Schaaf had some really good points about the commercial pocket, and I would be very open to seeing some requirements put on that, because we have had bad experiences in the past where commercial is promised and then we get all these proposals that just aren't what the neighborhood was guaranteed. And I think especially if we were to make adjustments for the density, we need to make sure that commercial is what the neighborhood wants, and that's a really important corner to the community. So I guess that'd be just a thought. I'm not really sure how we can do that, but I would be okay with making sure that in the future that commercial is filled with what we want. And my second biggest concern, we have a neighborhood down on the south end of town that has a lot of issues with flooding, and it's my understanding that it was approved kind of in similar circumstances to this proposal. And I guess my question is to staff. Are we really comfortable with the way the floodplain has been drawn out with FEMA and everything? I'm not familiar enough, but I would just love some clarification after hearing what the residents said about the floodplain.
Councilmember Lindstedt, Katie Allen is on and can certainly address those questions in addition to Ms. Bergenzetti filling in any of those gaps. Katie, can you field that question, please?
Hi, Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. The short answer is yes, but I would like Rebecca Baker, our floodplain manager, to actually answer that, if that's okay.
It is okay. Rebecca.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Baker. I'm the floodplain manager and the engineering manager. And the applicant submitted a letter of map revision to FEMA. Their engineer did the analysis part for it, and I reviewed it. And part of the requirement before submitting it to FEMA is to have a community acknowledgement saying it's technically compliant. And so I reviewed it and I signed that piece that said this is technically compliant with the FEMA rules. And so that went to FEMA. They had some questions that the applicant's engineer addressed. And then FEMA agreed to change the zone. And so the zone was an AE zone, which is a 100-year floodplain. And they changed it to a shaded zone X, meaning that so it's similar to a 500-year floodplain, but the distinction for this one and why it qualified for the zone change is the depth of water anywhere in the floodplain was less than a foot. So at that depth, FEMA has a designation for a zone X shaded, and that is the change. So in Broomfield, we don't have a regulation for a shaded zone X as far as what you can build, which means they would be able to fill in that area and potentially build homes in that area. However, those flood elevations need to be considered when those homes are being reviewed so that the elevations of the first finished floor of the homes are above what that flood elevation would be. So the configuration now proposed for conveying water, they have kind of two sources. They have their on-site water and then they have off-site water coming from the Whistle Pig community. And they are addressing those a little bit differently. So the total flow in that floodplain is about 140 CFS, which is not big. The tributary is called Quail Creek Tributary D. And the sources of that water come, like I said, from off-site, and which is being conveyed kind of around the property and along that south side. And then they have the on-site flow that will be conveyed to their detention pond and then detained and released at a historic rate. So those are kind of the pieces for the drainage. There's the floodplain piece, which has been reviewed by me and by FEMA and received a zone change. And then there's the off-site flow that will be routed around and the on-site flow that will go through the detention pond.
Thank you. I really appreciate the in-depth explanation. I was listening to the residents' concern, and I don't want to see us put in a position where flooding could be a problem, especially for the existing homes. But I think that plan is sufficient in my mind. I think those were my biggest concerns, Mayor. And on the electric vehicle infrastructure, I know it's available as an upgrade to some units. Is the conduit put in case a unit doesn't opt in for it and they want to add it, in 5 or 10 years? The owners of that unit, how expensive would that be down the road? And how easy would it be to convert?
Colby, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Colby O'Haron, partner and senior vice president with Wonderland Homes. The conduit is included, and typically in our homes, we place the electric panel somewhere near or around the garage anyway. So even if there was a location that somebody didn't prefer, it's very easily to convert that.
Great, thank you. That's all I have this time, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate the effort that has gone into the planning so far and the need to bring in the higher density. That is something we're also seeing it along other communities. And this is very much appreciated. It looks great. However, I share the concerns that Councilmembers Lim and Schaaf and others of my colleagues have raised, and listening to the comments from the residents, especially in Aspen Creek and Pony Estates and even in Broadlands, this is very concerning. It seems that there's a lot to be resolved still, and we're not necessarily, from my viewpoint, ready to move forward. And some of these concerns include those 22 variances, especially when we're talking about homes that are 3 stories, but they, from the views and from the drawings I was looking at, the renderings, they appear to be more like 4 stories, and they are considerably higher than the original PUD. And we have, decreasing lot widths and increasing and decreasing distances between those homes and even those abutting the Aspen Creek development. So I think we need to seriously consider those variance requests. And I just listened to that, in-depth explanation of the FEMA information and designation that would now be an X similar to a 500-year floodplain. However, I do still have concerns because we're relying on plans that have not been all the way seen through, and we've already dealt with some of this flooding in Anthem Highlands, which is considerably different up in that area. But the engineering drawings did not result in the effect when we had one of those high rainstorms, and we need to be absolutely sure that this is not going to be problematic for existing residents of Aspen Creek along the back lots there. And also, I saw the response in the notes that would be a personal decision upon the person who buys a home as to the need for flood insurance. And if we do build homes there, we need to be sure that there is full disclosure to those residents about the conditions of that area, so that they can make a informed decision. I agree with Councilmember Schaaf and Lim about the commercial area and the need to put some type of a contingency in place so that we assure that that development is compatible with the neighborhood, and that we don't end up with something that isn't to their benefit. And the numbers are concerning, that if we do have a thriving business, that there would be more traffic, as Councilmember Lim pointed out. And also the concerns about this being a transit-oriented corridor, when the real, when we're looking at RTD, that's up on Highway 7, and I do not foresee any RTD access at this area. And I think that the comment may have been directed that you could drive a couple miles and park someplace and then take a bus or some other transit-oriented, and also the bike. But we gotta be careful on the marketing here. Because this isn't really, there will not be a bus stop there that I can foresee. The taxing district, and if I'm doing the math right here, at 25,781,000, that's on average $81,000 per unit. That is a substantial concern, and I'd like to hear more about that $99 per month limit, because I don't think that adds up. And then would other residents of that Metro District then pay higher taxes to make up for that limit of $99 per a month? If somebody could clarify that comment.
I'm happy to clarify that comment, Councilwoman, if that works for you. When I say the $99, that's what the converted amount is for a $334,000 home with that 50 mils applied to it. Taxes on a dollar amount are gonna vary based upon the value of the homes within the district. So homes that have a higher value will pay a higher monthly amount in taxes for the district. Similarly, homes that are a little bit less in value than the 334 average for the attainable homes will pay less. That's just how the taxes work. They go off of the value as set by the assessor, and we apply that uniform mill levy throughout the district. So on a district-wide basis, everybody will pay the 50 mills, but that dollar amount on a per home basis varies depending on the value of that home.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I thought there was some set limit, so it's not. That's just what it is. Okay.
Well, it's a limit on the 50 mills, and so if that property remains at the $334,000 value, and we have that cap of the 50 mills for debt, then that is that limit for that property that they would pay in taxes for that debt service mill levy. So we can look at it either way, either that the mill levy doesn't change, or that 99, assuming that their value of the $334,000 does not a change, which is based on the assessor's assignment of that value. If that doesn't change, then that $99 would be what they would pay as a maximum amount for the debt service to the district.
Okay, no, that makes more sense. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, it's a great clarification. Thank you.
All right, and then just a couple more questions here. So there was some information about the road going to the Waukee open space and the 5 acres of land. Maybe Ryan, could you describe what the purpose of that future 5 acres, access to that acreage was?
Absolutely. And do you mind if I finish on your last questions? You had 2 questions there. I think Jen answered one of them. The first one was the 25 million that you asked about.
Oh.
Do you want me to address that or not?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So that amount is the public infrastructure costs. So that amount is not being reimbursed to us. The reimbursement number, I believe, is, Jen, you can probably pull up the exact number, but it's in the range of 10 million. So 15 million, roughly, give or take, is the difference that's going to come from our pockets virtually. So the 26 million that you're looking at is the development cost to put in the horizontal infrastructure for the entire property as far as the public infrastructure costs go. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, no, I got that wrong. Okay, that seems okay. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and then to answer the question about the Waukee entrance point, we've been fortunate to have a good relationship with both Pam and Ben Waukee, and they requested it. So they have their property there. At this point, their only access point is onto Dillon Road, and they don't know what their plans are in the future, and they would like to have a secondary access point. For any type of fire safety purposes, if they were to ever do anything with that property, they would need 2 access points, and so they wanted to just kind of preventively think forward to get that. So they requested it after the concept review for us to provide that to them. That has nothing to do with us or anything even to do with the open space. It has to do with the Waukee's personal request on their 5 acres.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one more question regarding the park to the north. There is a structure, there's that little dip down there where it's not part of the development. And there's a like a water tank or something there with the cell towers on top. What is that?
That's yes, Mile High Water tank, actually 2 tanks from Mile High Water that are there, that parcel is owned by Mile High Water, and then there's a lease and a well that actually goes over to Whistlepig. So there's 2 different people there that have 2 different interests in that, and then there's also the new cell tower that Broomfield built as part of the Dillon Road expansion. That's also, I don't know whether it's Mile High Waters or Whistle Pigs, but it's one of those two. So yeah, that's always been there. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but my understanding is that was a Pony Estates water supply source, and probably even some of this other area on this side of the street, but that's what that was.
Okay, thank you. And that is all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Okay, I'm not quite sure if there's much left for me to say, so I'll see if I can make this quicker. I'll start off with some of the things that I'm still looking for in the development. Really want to say thank you to Ryan Awida and his team for bringing this project to Broomfield. I think it's a great step. We're moving there, but here's a few things. One, I personally am not sold on the density. I think Broomfield is a very well thought out, smart growth, I believe you called it earlier, Ryan, community with a strategic plan. We're only 34 square miles, and we've got to make it happen. And what we've got in our strategic plan is high density in the southern sector of the community with Highway 36, which has got walkability to RTD and everything else, and then same setup up north on Highway 7 and I-25. In between, there's some various pockets, but what we've done phenomenally, and I know I said this the last time you were here, is transitional development. And you look at Redleaf, you look at Broadlands, you even referred to Broadlands, and they have a phenomenal transitional development plan. And that's where I see this Aspen Creek, if it's going to be an extension of Aspen Creek, it truly needs to look and feel and do a transitional development. Am I sold at 318? No. If there was some trade above 213 with some affordable housing with deed units, I could probably go there. I couldn't go with the 3-story. I am very passionate about infill building. This is the density of increasing it's way past my bedtime. Increasing the density with an infrastructure that wasn't meant for that density is just wrong for the community. And I know, Ryan, you started off with the picture of all the words, and the biggest thing on there was safe community. And I don't think infill building is safe for the community. It puts too much traffic and pressure on our roads and our infrastructure. I've already mentioned the 3-story. It's not the place for it. We're in the middle of a residential. 2-story is the biggest. Probably right now, the Owitas home is the tallest home in that area. And then I mentioned the transitional housing. What I really appreciate of this is the home ownership. So I know we talk a lot about affordable housing and the deeds. You guys have already talked about it. But what I look for is home ownership means so much to a community. And we are constantly building multifamily homes for leasing or for rent. So I'm really appreciative that you guys are bringing projects forth with a multi-dwelling for home ownership and not just for leasing. I really appreciate that. And I do support the commercial on the corner. And really what I'm looking for there is, I agree with, sorry, I forgot what council member, I think it was Lindstedt, that said, let's list the requirements and let's really put some boundaries on it, because we have had problems in the past about arguments of what should go there. And then I just want to say again that it is the density is an issue. Not much has changed. The only time I've ever seen the council center full it is this one subject. And the community is very passionate about it, and it seems like not a lot of those concerns have been addressed from way back when we first heard it to now. And so I would like to see some movement to be in agreement with the neighborhood and not necessarily not listen to their concerns. So after the outcry of emails and people calling in, despite your efforts that you put forth, we're still not looking, we still don't have that community support that we'd be looking for. And that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. Gene, I know you want to speak again, but let me make my comments first. Let me start out by saying that I live in Country Estates. I've been fairly thankful that we were quasi-judicial because I don't talk to my neighbors right now because this project is on everybody's mind in the neighborhood. My kids, I just counted up. I had kids go to Aspen Creek for, I don't know how long it's been around now, probably 15, 17 years. My kids went to Aspen Creek for 13 years. So, so I'm familiar with the neighborhood. A lot of the people spoke tonight I know and like and consider friends. What I put on my little piece of paper there, where I was trying to gather my thoughts, that there's three separate issues here. One is credibility, and that credibility goes back to the Awitas, to the soccer facility, to some other things. I'm going to ask some specific questions. That credibility also goes back to the problems that Aspen Creek had, when it was developed 20 years ago. And so whether it's right or wrong, there are a fair amount of credibility issues that then go into whether open space should have been done the way it was. What can we count on the commercial? Can we trust everybody on the floodplain? The density issue is something I really want to address specifically tonight. That there's a lot of people who have opinions on why I got elected, because it was a strange election, and I will tell you the number one thing I campaigned on my, and if you go to my website, which is still up, is I campaigned on the fact that we needed to have affordable and attainable housing within Broomfield. I also specifically, and I talked to Sharon Tessier a lot during the last 2-3 years as she worked on the committee, and it became clear to me that attainable housing isn't something that is just over there. It's something that needs to occur in all our neighborhoods, and that's probably where I'm going to take the most heat from my neighbors, but I feel that there needs to be an affordable, attainable element within my neighborhoods. It shouldn't be cash in lieu. It should be attainable housing. And I think it's absolutely important that we just passed an ordinance for inclusivity. And Steve, I didn't understand. You try to give an answer different than our committee came up to over 2 years, but we have an inclusive ordinance right now that has specific criteria. It could be a tie vote, so I might vote. And I've telegraphed this to the Awitas for several months now. I wouldn't be able to vote for the level of density that is here without it being compliant with the inclusivity ordinance completely. And I'm just going to say that categorically. And I understand what the inputs it has on you, or the impact it has on you, on your pencils and your numbers, because I've certainly done spreadsheets for developers as well. The third issue I said was liability, and the one part about the floodplain and stuff. We had Rebecca speak tonight. We had Katie speak tonight. I would, if I was Deb Cook and the families along there, I'd be concerned about how this floodplain deal, and all of a sudden it goes away because we've identified it's an X as opposed to something else. And I am curious the answer. I don't think I'm going to get it tonight. I think we need to continue this hearing when I'm done talking, and maybe give Gene a little bit more. I guess Liz is on now. So, but my comment comes down to a liability issue. Is if you guys don't do the drainage right, and there is flooding that occurs within those neighborhoods, what is the liability to the developer? Who carries that liability? What does it look like? How can we assure the neighbors that we're not just guessing, we're not just making projections? We know that we've got the floodplain under control within our current standards, and these are all issues that I think we need to spend time on. So the issues that I see that are open right now, Anna, I wanted to ask Anna a question. Right, as you well know, I was mayor when the soccer facility came up, and you guys asked for a variance after the fact. And and it was a pretty contentious hearing. I think it's safe to say from every point of view. I want Anna, or maybe not tonight, to address exactly what was agreed to that night, because that was a pretty darn contentious meeting. And if there was an agreement that the soccer facility would go away, and you're asking for that waiver right now, that's something I'm not sure I would be in favor of right now. And I just need to get more information and facts, and it's 10:51, 51 tonight. So I'm going to leave that as a question. The commercials one I heard a lot, and that's one I would want to be satisfied on, that we couldn't just put a put a Circle K up there, or a storage facility, up there, that we find some type of guardrails on the commercial stuff to make absolutely certain. On some of the other issues like the open space, I've been involved in open space for 30 some years. I don't think it's unusual to have a PUD have a dedicated open space and then have the next PUD involved in that. I've certainly seen it several times. I tried to get Kevin Sanders to say if that was the precedent. Was there any precedent other than that? I'm not sure I fully got that answer, but those types of things don't concern me, but these other ones concern me a lot. And we're just, if we go to, I just don't see how we go to a vote tonight. So I've been texting some. Pat Gilbert, are you on the line? Yeah, yes, you are. And what and what I'll do is I'll let Jean make some additional comments, and let Liz make some additional comments, because I wanted to comment tonight before we closed out. But could we continue to? And I guess we would just continue to August 11th. And then what happens on August 11th? You pick it up where we left it. We let comments come again. And the two members that are not here tonight, would they be allowed to vote if they didn't hear the public hearing, or could they watch the public hearing? Could you help me out here? I don't think I've ever continued a hearing.
Yes, you can continue the hearing, and then the hearing would continue to be open, and you could take additional evidence at that, or take additional comments at that time. And your question, I'm sorry, Mayor, your second question?
Well, if we did that, could we have two council members that are not here tonight? Would they be excluded from voting on that at that hearing?
Historically, we have allowed them to review what's in the record in terms of if they go back and listen to the entire record, then they can participate in the next hearing.
And how does a continuous occur? And how does a continuous occur? Can I just continue the hearing, or do I have to have a vote?
You need to make. There would need to be a motion.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, and I get so then I'll get a motion. I want to go ahead and let Liz talk, because she hasn't spoke yet. Liz, do you want to make some comments? And my intent is to ask for a motion to continue. And maybe Jean.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So given that it's 10:54 and our procedures call for us to not go beyond 10:54 without a vote, right. I just, no disrespect to Councilmember Lim, but I'd like to call the question, please.
So you're making a motion to continue the hearing to August 11th?
Sure, I'll make that motion. And again, Councilmember Lim, no disrespect intended. I got to be up at 4 o'clock tomorrow, so. Yes, I move that we continue this hearing to a date certain of August 11th, I believe I heard, 2020.
Yes. Council Liz Law, Councilmember Law Evans and Mayor, if I may, the turnaround time for August 11th, in order for staff to circle back, to work through some of these issues and to draft a council memo, we'd like to request, if at all possible, if we could move it to the 25th rather than the 11th.
I'm fine with that, to continue it to a date certain of August 25th, 2020.
Is there a second? Is there? I have names up here, but I think from Councilmember Groom, were you going to do a second, or?
No, I just want to make sure if we.
Let me ask if there's a second to the motion. There's a motion. Is there a second to the motion to continue? Not having not having a second to the motion to continue, then I'm going to go ahead and. But I will point out, as maybe that's what Devin's going to say. At 11 o'clock, I've got to ask permission to continue the meeting for council. So I'm not sure what we want to do with these last 4 minutes. So, Councilmember Schaaf, did you want to offer some advice for me?
So Mayor, looking through the options that we have, I believe that the options that we have at this point are to recommend findings of denial. We have the option to refer back to P&Z. We have the option to continue the hearing to a date certain. And then we also have the option, I believe, to refer this back to staff.
Right.
And I think that if there's, as City County Manager Hoffman stated, if there's going to be significant changes along with the applicant, that's not necessarily continuing the hearing. That's referring this back to staff. So, I think that with this application, I think that there's some things that can be done to get council on board with this application. I think it's going to take some time, and I think that it's going to have to go even further back than just P&Z on this. So I do not want to outright kill the application on this permit. I don't think sending it back to P&Z will help, and I don't think that continuing the hearing to a date certain is going to help. So my motion would be to refer this back to staff to work through many of the details that need to happen in order for this application to be able to move forward. And that's going to take some time. So I don't know with council if we have to add a date for that, but my motion would be to refer this back to staff to work through the issues along with the applicant.
Pat, does that motion work?
At this point in time, we have an open hearing, and so the motion is to then refer it back to staff and have it come back for additional hearing. Is that what the motion is?
Yes, I think we'd have a new hearing.
Okay,
we were discussing. I'm trying to get the motion.
I know. I just wanted to say there's another option where the applicant can withdraw and return later. Ryan Mr. Owita can make that decision.
That is correct.
Do you want me to comment? I would love the opportunity. I don't want to jump in.
Yeah, I just
Ryan, go ahead. I mean,
we would love the opportunity to continue this, get some additional feedback, and come back on the 25th. I think that we've got some really positive feedback from you, and unfortunately, with the way that the process works, we haven't been able to hear from you since 2018. And so I think that's helpful, and we can take it back and see what we can do to make some of the things that you're asking for work. I think I have a lot of comments that I haven't been able to address, so I would at least either appreciate to have the opportunity to address those comments or bring it back on the 25th if that's possible.
Well, you're talking about a specific continuance, and I don't think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about you withdraw and work with staff, and then the staff that you would agree that when to come back to council. So it wouldn't be a date specific right now.
And I'm just asking if before you made that decision, if you would at least allow me to make the comments on some of your issues.
We're not tonight. So I think we've laid a lot of this stuff out, and it's 11 o'clock, and we're at a hard end. So we have a motion. So Ryan, the question is, are you willing to withdraw the application for now and consult with staff, and then you together would agree to come back to council at a date that would not be certain right now?
Just from my understanding, when you say withdraw, can I just get information on what that means as far as withdrawing that? I mean, we're withdrawing, and then what's the process to come back to council?
Pat, what would that be?
Withdrawals, you have to go back to P&Z. If there is a withdrawal, you would have to go back through the process through planning and zoning.
And if we go, and I'm not sure that's going to be the most productive use of time either. If we go to, if we do what Devin's suggesting and have it referred back to staff, then you could come back to council directly. It's not a date certain.
Mm-hmm. If we prefer it, if we prefer it back to staff, then we are, do we have it, we need to have a date certain.
And it can be beyond the August 25th. It could be the end of September. It could be, there could be more time in there.
Well, that's the way. So where we can we continue that it would be brought back no later than like September 28th, not knowing what the dates are in September?
Yes. Yes. September 22nd would be, yes, a date, a council date.
So, I mean, another thought would be in order to continue, would be to do that say that we continue it and have it brought back no later than September 22nd. Is anybody interested in that?
So moved. This is Liz.
Is there a second? There's names up, they're not clearing out here. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And the motion is to continue the hearing and have it brought back to council no later than September 22nd, 2020, in order to resolve the issues that were identified tonight. And there's a second to it. Is there any discussion on that?
Mayor, if I may, we will need a date certain instead of no later than, if we could have it come back on September 22nd.
Okay.
So we have a date certain.
Well, yeah, okay. Definitely you amended to that, since you were just agreeing what I said. Oh, no, Liz made the motion. Liz?
Yes, I agree. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so the motion now, and do your second still stand, it would come back on September 22nd? Devin, do you still second that?
No, I don't. So there was one word that you used, which was continue the hearing. I do not think that we should continue the hearing. I think this is going to be a brand new hearing because of the significant amount of changes that are going to be made to this application.
And then we have to go back to planning and zoning. Is that your intent?
Well, the fact that planning and zoning recommended this for denial 4-0, I think it needs to go back to planning and zoning.
Okay, we have a motion from Liz to continue it to the 22nd. Is there a second to that motion?
If I can just interject for a moment here, I apologize, Mayor.
By all means.
Another alternative is to vacate the hearing.
And then we would republish and renotice a new public hearing in front of the city council when it's ready.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to vacate the hearing.
Oh, okay.
Who's the second?
Sorry, I forgot to raise my hand. Councilmember
Girl. Okay. So we now have a motion, and I've noticed in going to social media that people talk about our Robert's Rules of Orders or mine, but so they're gonna have fun with this tonight. So we have a motion and a second to vacate the hearing. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Schaaf, did you want to say something? Your hands up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to get clarification from our legal counsel. If we were to direct the city attorney to draft findings of support of denial for this application, would the applicant be able to bring back a new application for this project?
The applicant could then withdraw and bring back a new application.
So, Mayor, I would like to move that council direct. Mayor?
Okay, so Pat, help me out here. Do we have a substitute motion here then?
I do believe we have a substitute motion.
Gavin, are you going to make a substitute motion?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that council direct the city attorney to draft findings in support of denial and continue the application for a decision on, what is it, September 22nd? Was that the date that was thrown out?
Yes.
Second, this is Liz.
Councilmember Evans, did you, you seconded it?
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. According to our code, we need to make a decision, there's going to be a decision that date has to be the August 25th date and not the September date.
It has to be within 30 days.
It has to be within 30 days.
So that was August 25th, was that the date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'd amend that to be a decision on August 28th.
Second is fine with that.
Okay.
August 25th.
August 25th, Councilmember Schaaf, August 25th.
August 25th, it's on record.
So the motion is to instruct the attorney to draft up, go ahead, give me your wording again.
Move that council direct the city attorney to draft findings in support of denial and continue the application for a decision on September 25th.
Okay.
August
25th.
Right. And so is there any other discussion on the motion? I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
All right, Castriata?
No.
Groom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
No.
Schaaf?
Yes.
And Anderson?
Yes.
So the motion passes 6-2, and the legal staff is instructed to draft up reasons for denial that will be brought back to us on August 25th, 2020. And Ernesto, did we get and so the hearing the hearing's closed, right? I suppose I need to close out the hearing. And
Can I understand what that means?
Right, we'll talk to you later. So Pat, could you talk to him about it? Maybe offline, because we need to move to our executive session. And I understand your question.
Mayor, we have one more item on the agenda, unless you all want to move that.
Is that the COVID update?
No, sir. It is CC4A. It's 2020-21 policy statement.
Oh yeah. So I guess I'm going to ask. Is there a motion to suspend our rules in order to talk about in order to address item 11F? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would like to suspend the rules to cover the rest of the agenda. We have the executive director of CC4CA who's been on the line here available to ask questions because it was pulled off of consent. So I think we should finish this.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on continuing to finish the agenda? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Groom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Evans? Evans? Lynn?
We received an email. She left.
Lim, yes.
Thank you. Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
And Castriata?
Yes.
So it passed unanimously. So let's go into 11F. And next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2020-175, adopting the Colorado Communities for Climate Action 2020-2021 policy statement. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tammy Yellico, Director of Strategic Initiatives, will walk us through this. And as Mayor Pro Tem had indicated, the Executive Director is also on the line to field any outstanding questions after Tammy's review. Ms. Yellico?
Thank you. So this item is for Council's consideration of Colorado Communities for Climate Action's 2020 and 2021 policy statements. We are a member of CC4CA since 2019. Broomfield became a member upon the recommendation of Broomfield's Advisory Committee for Environmental Sustainability, ACES. And ACES has reviewed these policy statements, and the individual members have confirmed their recommendation that City Council approve the 2020-2021 policy statements of CC4CA. These policy statements generally follow issues and make suggestions that coincide with all the issues that ACES is working on, including renewable energy, transportation, and solid waste issues. And ACES is a strong supporter of these efforts by Broomfield and our fellow communities in CC4CA to pursue additional state policy on these issues. So that's the staff summary. And as mentioned, Jacob Smith from CC4CA is on the line to answer questions about the policy statement.
Well, this is Heidi Hinkle, Councilmember Hinkle, and Jacob is on the line. I do want to address Councilmember Lislaw Evans' concern about cost analysis. These are guiding policies and not a list of specific proposals. So we use this document to see if we can support state policies, and under the umbrella of state policies, they're used to support local policies. So you'll notice on our local policy statements that support affordability, accessibility, and communication. And supporting these policy statements doesn't necessarily mean we support specific proposals that further the policy statements. And Broomfield remains committed to keeping a close eye on legislation and budgetary considerations. And we do have Jacob Smith on the line to answer any further questions. I believe Councilmember Groom had some further questions.
Okay. Let's go first to questions from council. Well, I guess since there's any comments from the public, I've lost my screen. There's nobody from the public online. Well, not enough. So no comments from the public. So Councilmember Groom.
Sure, thank you. And I really thank everybody for staying late. Sorry that I pulled this off the agenda for a few questions. But my concern is a lot in line with the finances. I don't think at this point in time we understand what that total impact is. And I get that we might not know exactly what it is, but this could be a multi-million-dollar effort. And right now, I'm still waiting for the ACES to come back and give us our baseline to understand where we're at and to figure out where we want to go. So I think this is before the where we want to go. We've got to understand where we're at. And trust me, you know, I have an environmental master's degree. I definitely consider myself an environmentalist, very passionate about the environment. There are some of the items on there that would take our community to probably more extreme than what I would say is appropriate for Broomfield community. So I do think that not having the ability to have the conversation with the ACES to see where our baseline is and where they're recommending going. Yeah, everybody probably could read this list and say, amazing, great, but what they don't understand is the path to get there. And having these lofty goals and committing to them, I think puts Broomfield in a very precarious position. So that's my statement. That's what I wanted to say, and I will, because of those things, unless someone, and I forget the gentleman that's on, if he could address any of my concerns. Heidi, could you help me out with his name?
It's Jacob Smith, the former mayor of Golden. How you doing, Jacob?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. I'm happy to address that if you'd like me to, or
That would be great. What's your thoughts on that?
certainly. Yeah, a couple of things. I appreciate the question. And there's a couple of things that might help clarify what you're asking about. One is that the policy positions in the policy statement are all state level policy positions. So there's nothing in there that's about what individual local communities should do. The CC4CA exists because a bunch of local governments, counties and munis said, we want to have a better voice, a stronger voice at the state policy level, which is largely at the legislature, but also at rulemaking bodies like the Air Quality Control Commission and the PUC. So all of the positions in there are really about state policy. There isn't anything that indicates or says, or it's a position of CC4CA that an individual member would have to accomplish some particular thing locally. So by endorsing the policy statement, you're not taking any particular position about what you are aiming for specifically in Broomfield or how you would get there. A second piece of that is these are all really high level, well, as you kind of spoke to, these are all kind of high level policy positions, policy orientation. So it's like an example I'm looking at, support policies that promote the efficient use of energy in buildings. It's a lot like CML or CCI taking positions, like CML would have a general position that says municipalities should have as much, the state shouldn't do anything to undermine local land use control by municipalities. So it's that level of position, and then from there, policy positions come up at the legislature, at the AQCC, and other bodies, and then we, just like you all would with whatever your general policy positions are, then look at those very specific proposals and figure out, does this proposal make sense? What's the cost benefit? What are the trade-offs? How does this affect other goals that we're balancing against? So these are all really at that high level state policy vantage. Hopefully that helps.
That did help. And I just had one more follow-up question associated with that. Environmental matters is more of a regional, if not state level, hence the reason that's at the state level. But how are we committed to playing at a regional level if we sign up for this? So are we going to be somewhat committed financially to any kind of regional plans that would come out of this co-op agreement?
I think I understand your question. That there isn't anything in the work that we're doing that would, how do I say this? We don't have a specific plan or commitment to a regional plan like you're talking about. They really are these state level policy positions, and then all of those play out across the region, across the state. So as an example, to use that example I mentioned before, support policies that promote the efficient use of energy in buildings, there may be legislation that surfaces that proposes the state change state tax code to incentivize energy efficiency in new construction or something like that. And then CC4CA, which is made up of 34 jurisdictions, is entirely member driven. The policy committee or the legislative group, depending on whether it's the legislature or one of these other bodies, would look at that proposal and figure out, does this thing make sense or not? One of their considerations would be, presumably, and always has been, what are the costs to local governments of supporting or opposing this thing? So no, there isn't any, Broomfield wouldn't be committed to paying for implementation of some proposal or plan that doesn't exist yet on the basis of supporting the policy statement. The policy statement really is these high-level positions that we then use to figure out, do those specific proposals make sense or not, or when do they make sense, and how do we adjust them to get them to where we want them to be.
Perfect, thank you. I really appreciate your value.
And can I just interject? I think Tammy, maybe you can speak to this, or one of our representatives from ACES group, where we are working probably regionally to figure out what does it mean to have, a more affordable chance for people to have renewable energy. So I don't know if you guys can speak to that really quickly or not.
We are looking at that in all of the policies that ACES is considering right now. Whether those be zero waste policies, composting, more recycling and education around those issues. So yeah, we always look at equity issues along with that. But all of what ACES is doing is at the local level, and those recommendations come up to council for final consideration in every instance.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this as quick as I can. Mr. Smith, thanks for hanging out with us for over 5 hours. And thanks, staff, for your patience in such a late night tonight. I heard from Councilmember Hankel earlier today that ACES does support this updated policy statement. Just want to confirm that with staff. Ms. Yellico, if you can confirm that.
Yes, they do. They've reviewed the initial policy statement, and we're supportive of that. And this final policy statement just came out recently, so they will formally vote on it at their August 10th meeting. But they have all indicated their support as individual members of ACES and as a body on the final draft of this.
Okay, perfect. There's a couple things. One of them was I wish there was a bigger push for the development of energy efficient and sustainable residential units as well as commercial buildings. So that's one area that it talks a little bit about that, but I wish it made a stronger push in that area. I do have a question for Mr. Smith. There was mention of the coal-dominated economies, and I was curious why it was just limited to coal-dominated economies and not coal and gas, coal, gas, and oil. Wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Certainly, thank you for the question. Yeah, that came up because of the state's legislation last session that focused specifically on coal communities. The legislature passed a bill last session that created a Just Transition Office that's specifically charged with helping communities that are dependent on coal jobs, either mines or generation facilities, power plants, as those coal facilities shut down and those economies transition to something else. That's a big question, a big challenge. And we strongly supported the creation of that office and the efforts to help those communities. So coal got called out because that was the focus of the legislature's work on that question. But there's other, in the policy statement, you'll see there's other positions that are also like general statements of support for, equity concerns, making sure that all communities benefit from this energy transition, and that particular communities, rural communities, for example, or low-income communities aren't disproportionately disadvantaged by those shifts. So I think the thing you're asking about is in there. It's just not called out in the same way. The coal community piece was highlighted just because that was such a focus last year of the governor and the legislature.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I think that it's if we're going to achieve the goals that CC4CA has stated, and even the state of Colorado has stated in terms of moving to advance our legislation to combat climate change, as well as continue to improve our air quality, continue to improve our soil quality, that we've got to move quicker and quicker away from not just coal, but all fossil fuels as well. So I think that goal being in there, I think is important. And then and to that point, I think that there was a statement in there that talked about I tried to find it just a minute ago, but it had to do with the various federal environmental acts, the Water Protection Act. And it talks about how basically we need to protect those authorities and protect those protections. But I think that we even need to go further in that, because we know that those were established, some of those decades ago. And it's important that we not only support those and we enforce those, but we strengthen those. And we have that opportunity now that we know we know that the clock is ticking, and that we actually have to strengthen those federal policies much more than what they are right now.
I appreciate those comments as well, and I'll just mention part of what makes CC4CA maybe unique, certainly unusual among coalitions of local governments, is that the positions we take require every member to support them. So we don't take positions unless there's unanimous support, or at least consent across the entire membership. So there's nothing that would prevent us from taking stronger positions. That particular policy statement you mentioned, if it's the one I think you mean, maintain protections and authorities currently provided under environmental laws, and then it lists basically the landmark environmental laws. There's nothing that would prevent CC4CA from adopting a stronger position, but that would just require all of the members, all 34 members, to agree to it. And that's the process we go through every year to update the policy statement, which is, we're sort of at the end of that annual process here. Certainly next year, as we go through that process again, Broomfield, which is very much a part of that process, like all 34 members, could make the case for that adjustment or any other change. And if we can figure out a way to come up with language that all the members agree with, we'll make that change. So everything you see in here is the product of all 34 members discussing, deliberating, negotiating, coming up with language that meets their needs and doesn't cause them problems.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I do support this, and I hope my fellow colleagues will support it as well. Thank you.
Okay, so council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2020-175 is next. Will the clerk please read resolution number 2020-175 by title?
Resolution number 2020-175 by the City and County of Broomfield, Colorado, to adopt Colorado Communities for Climate Action 2020-2021 policy statement.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2020-175 be approved.
Councilmember Henkel.
Second. Schaaf is so fast.
Yeah, I know. I was. I noticed that. No. So, is there any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Schaaf.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriata.
Yes.
Groom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
And Lynn.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. We do need to go through a couple executive session motions. So next is council consideration of a request for an executive session on August 11th to discuss personnel matters regarding performance evaluations for the city and county manager and the presiding judge, and the search for a new city and county attorney. There are no public comments that I can see. So we'll go to, are there any questions from council or comments? Request for an executive session require affirmative vote of 2/3 of the quorum present. Will the city and county attorney please read the recommended motion?
For an executive session on Tuesday, August 11th, 2020, be held at 5 p.m. for the purpose of continuing to discuss personnel matters regarding performance evaluations for the city and county manager and the presiding municipal judge, and the search for a new city and county attorney as permitted by CRS 24-6-402-4F.
Councilmember Castriota or Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Schaaf seconds. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Castriata.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Schaaf.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of a request for an executive session to follow this meeting for legal advice regarding Extraction Oil and Gas, Inc. bankruptcy issues. We will now proceed with public comments. Noting none, we'll go to city council comments. Are there any comments from city council? Request for an executive session requiring affirmative vote of 2/3 of the quorum present. Will the city and county attorney please read the recommended motion?
That an executive session be held on July 28, 2020 after the conclusion of the regular meeting for the purpose of discussing legal advice regarding Extraction Oil and Gas, Inc. bankruptcy, as permitted by 24-6-4024B of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Councilmember Schaaf?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So we're going to do this after tonight's meeting. Is that correct?
We are, because we need to talk about the bankruptcy issue, because we're not going to have a meeting for 2 weeks, unfortunately. But so is there a motion?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Crowe?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes. I can't say this right now, but are we okay since we're going to go past midnight most likely? Is the date okay on this motion?
Yes, we'll finish. We'll start it before midnight. Which means Jennifer's going to give us the written report, but let's go ahead.
I'll have to go past the date or not, so that's what I was clarifying. Yes.
Okay.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Anderson? And Castriata?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. The city and county attorney's report is next, and once again, I think she does have a report. So, Pat Gilbert, do you have a report?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted to report on the arraignment that was held this morning on the extraction municipal noise cases. The judge began the hearing by indicating that he had denied the previous motion by extraction on their motion to dismiss and confirmed that that order did stand. And with respect to the new motion that had been brought concerning whether the automatic bankruptcy stay applied, the court found that the automatic stay from the United States Bankruptcy Code does not apply, and the proceedings went forward. Extraction entered a not guilty plea for all of the 9 cases. The cases were consolidated into 2 types. 7 cases for failure to provide the study, the noise study, and then 2 cases on the noise violations themselves based on 2 separate dates. Those cases are now set, each for 3-day trials. The first trial on the failure to provide the noise study is set for September 21st, and then the second trial is set for October 6th. I would note that Extraction did want these cases set in January of 2021, but they were not. So there will also be a pre-trial conference set for 9 o'clock on September 15th. The second update is with respect to the Wilderness Guardians appeal. As before the Colorado Court of Appeals, Extraction filed a notice of bankruptcy, and the Court of Appeals has stayed that case, and Extraction has been ordered to update the court every 90 days. So that case will just be stayed in front of the Court of Appeals until further notice, basically. That's all I have. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, Pat. And so, in other words, the ruling on was good news for us today.
It was good news. That we got it set. We argued for having them set in August, but we got them set in September and October, and that was much earlier than January.
Okay, good. So we'll go on to the city and county manager's report. Ms. Hoffman.
We have comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm those dates for the court hearings. There was the September 15th pre-conference hearing. There was the court date on September 21st, October 6th, and you said there was a third court date.
No. I have 9/20.
Councilmember Schaaf, the 2 trial dates are September 21st, and then that's a 3-day trial, and then the second trial is on October 6th. That's a 3-day trial.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, it may seem like good news. It's still disappointing to me because there's a legal maxim that says justice delayed is justice denied. And that's basically what's happened to our impacted residents who have suffered for months and months. And still this gets kicked down the road when if Extraction wants a court date tomorrow, they get it. And I don't understand all that, but I just need to make that point. The citizens of Broomfield who have been impacted by the noise are still being denied justice. And it's a travesty.
Thank you. We'll move on to the city and county managers report. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do not have a report this evening. We do have Deb Fetterspell when we get down to special reports, as I do not believe there are any other agenda items prior to that, but I didn't know if you wanted to go through each one of those, Mayor?
Yeah, let me go ahead and let me go through my checklist here. So, and we'll go down to the item. And then Liz is off the phone call, so we're not going to do 18A. There is no legislative update. There is no business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District Board. We have two special reports this evening. Council has received the second quarter expense report, and I will ask, are there any questions or comments from council or for staff on the two expense reports? Noting none, we will go to the COVID-19 update. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have a very brief update. We will be following up with a written report tomorrow. And Deb, as I indicated, Deputy Director of Public Health, Deb Fetterspell, will walk us through that issue. Deb?
Great. Good evening, almost good morning, Mayor, Council members. I will be very brief, as noted. There was a staff memo submitted with our COVID update, and we'll follow with additional information, and much of the information is linked in that memo. So I'm just going to hit a couple of key highlights very quickly. One, just in terms of a statewide outlook, I think the main takeaways are COVID cases and hospitalizations are on the rise. Physical distancing has been declining since May. Most recent estimates from Colorado School of Public Health estimate that we are at about 41% of social distancing, or excuse me, physical distancing. Really, if we stay around those rates, the projections that the School of Public Health are putting out is that we will exceed ICU capacity sometime between August and November, estimating likely around September, unless social distancing and masking and other efforts are enhanced. The goal is to sustain physical distancing around 55 to 65%. In the Denver metro region, we're reflecting this state pattern, including Broomfield, with the increase of case counts. The differences in Broomfield, we are seeing level hospitalizations. We are not seeing the increases that other areas of the metro region are. Because of the ongoing increases in COVID cases across the state and in Broomfield, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has notified counties that have moved into that high range that they are in danger of losing their variances that are currently in place, variances from the statewide safer at home orders, if the trend is not reversed. Here in Broomfield, how those transmission rates translate, low, medium, and high, for us to remain in the medium transmission rate that we were in when we submitted our variance request, we have to have 35 or fewer new cases of COVID-19 over a 14-day period. That it does not include cases associated with a long-term care facility. In the 2 weeks leading up to July 20th, we had 41 cases. So that moved us into that high category, hence why we were contacted, as you are aware, by the State Health Department and asked to put together a mitigation plan. The mitigation plan was submitted on July the 20th, and we're a little over a week into it. some of the key components that we have been focused on and executing related to that plan is promoting compliance with mandatory face covering orders. You'll recall we have the Board of Health adopted an order that went into effect on July 15th, followed by a statewide executive order mandating face coverings that went into effect the next day. We've chosen to follow the state order until it expires, in which case we would revert back to the local order. So we're promoting compliance with that. Extensive public education about the importance of washing hands, maintaining distance, and wearing face coverings. We're providing technical assistance to high-risk settings, which includes gyms, broadly defined as indoor recreation, fitness, sports, facilities. And the reason that's key is because at this time, the variance that is in place for Broomfield really is only applicable to gyms. We initially submitted a variance that went into effect back on June 14th that covered a number of different sectors, including malls, libraries, other sectors. The updated public health orders that the state has subsequently issued since then, were on the 8th amended order, negated the need for us to have those variances. So the only component that remains in place of our variance is that gyms are able to operate at 50% capacity up to 100 people per room, rather than the state threshold of 25% capacity up to 50 people per room, so long as those individuals are physically distanced. So with the indoor recreation, gyms, sports facilities, we have provided a toolkit with additional resources on reinforcing the different protocols, signage that they can post, as well as we held a Q&A session on Monday of this week where over 20 of representatives from those facilities participated, could ask questions, and really positioned it as an opportunity for us to continue to partner to keep our community safe. Finally, we have an ongoing focus on isolation and quarantine as part of this mitigation plan, where our epidemiology team continues to exceed our contacts in terms of being able to follow up with any positive cases within 24 hours. Additionally, providing extensive support to local businesses, schools, facilities in terms of prevention and mitigation efforts. We at this time are waiting further direction from CDPHE. I actually have a phone call with them tomorrow to check in on our mitigation efforts, and I'll know more following that and conclude that in the written report, but we expect that they will be reassessing our case rates as of next week in making a determination if our variants can stay in place. At this time, our 14-day cumulative case rate has declined slightly to 35 cases, which is promising, but obviously subject to change. Let's see, the final thing that I will cover, this is linked. I guess I would like to say that excuse me, I said a minute ago, our cumulative 14-day case rate is 35. That was as of yesterday. As of today, it's 33. So again, it's trending in the right direction in terms of that. The last thing I will cover is, and it's linked in the memo, is there is a weekly status update that staff is completing, which provides updated numbers on a number of metrics that we're tracking, not only as part of our suppression plan, but also as the gatekeeper metrics if we would like to, as a local county, provide variances or move to protect our neighbors. So just very quickly, in terms of those metrics, and again, they're going to be updated weekly in that scorecard, but as it relates to treatment, we're tracking well. We have sufficient hospital capacity and PPE supplies for the hospitals in the region, and ventilator occupancy is low, and so there is availability. In terms of transmission, that's where we are seeing a little bit more concerning metrics that we're not meeting. I already mentioned that our case rates put us in the high category. Additionally, the hospitals in the region have seen a greater than 25% increase in the past 2 weeks. It's 38% for the hospitals in the North Central region. So indications that transmission is trending in the wrong direction. And then the final category of the metrics that we're tracking is really in that tracing, contact tracing and testing arena, in which case, again, we're trending in a positive direction in terms of the availability of testing. We are still experiencing some delays in getting testing results. That's not exclusive to Broomfield. That's a statewide issue. However, the governor shared as recently as today that there are extensive efforts underway to improve the turnaround time for testing results based on some process changes in additional shifts added to the state lab, as well as updates with the contracted private lab. So we expect in the next week to see those turnaround times hopefully improve. As I mentioned, our team is able to, our epidemiology team in the public health department has been able to identify positive cases and follow up with all the contacts, isolation and quarantine within 24 hours on a regular basis, as well as we have the ability to flex in if we start to see more cases, if our case rate increases. We're able to not only contact trace for all those cases, but also fulfill our other epidemiology duties. And finally, we have a comprehensive testing plan, which in addition to routine testing of staff at long-term care facilities, we are laying out the groundwork for enhanced community-based testing. So with that, I think just a couple of quick things that I'll reiterate that have come up this week is that we are still operating under Safer at Home. So there's been a lot of outdoor events and things based on the season. At this time, we are still working with the limitations in Safer at Home, that outdoor events are limited to 175 individuals, and that's only if the venue is large enough that you can support that number of individuals, maintaining 144 square feet in between for each person. And so we've received a lot of questions in terms of can we exceed that? And really, at this time, unless we qualify for Protect Our Neighbors, which we currently don't, we are not able to do so. So I wanted to touch on that. I'll wrap it up at this point and conclude the staff report, and we'll make sure that, again, the written report has links to all this information that you can dig into a little more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. You know, I'm going to suggest to council that if you have questions for Deb, that you email them to her. You know, that she can get back to you tomorrow, you know, unless somebody has an urgent thing that needs to be said tonight, but we really do need to get to our executive session. So I guess let me run through the rest of the agenda. The Councilmember Evans had agreed to withdraw. She wanted to make comments, you know, her 18A request on the penalties since we adopted the state guidelines. That concludes the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before council? There being no further business, the council meeting is adjourned. I'm going to say that we all probably need to take some type of small break. So, and I presume Ernesto needs 5 minutes to get set up anyway. So let's reconvene in 5 minutes, which is at 11:55. And thank you, everybody, for your
Thanks for the update, Deb, and for staying so late.
Yeah, thank you, Deb.